Welcome. I officially call the regular council meeting of Tuesday, February 11th to order. Could we please have the roll?
Councilmember Medcott?
Present.
Councilmember Gregg?
Here.
Councilmember Meadows?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens?
Here.
Mayor Byer?
Here. Our first agenda item is approval of the agenda. You all have the
I'll move
agenda?
the agenda with a couple of changes, which is first to move item 3.2 to an area to be take place just before communications, and item 3.1 to take place just after that, before communications, and then to add a 4.11 to the consent agenda, which would be to approve the purchase of a LifePak heart monitor defibrillator
The
from
zapper.
Stryker
The zapper.
for $42,570.35, and authorize the city manager to sign.
You might want to get that defibrillator ready for him. Okay, do you have a second for that amendment?
Second.
All those in favor of approving the agenda as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we have an agenda. And then the approval of the minutes of January 21st, 2020. Can I have a motion?
So moved.
It's moved by Councilmember Meadows, second by Councilmember Gregg. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Excuse me. Any opposed? We have some minutes. All right, so now we are going to go to item 3.2, a fire department special presentation, promotions, and introductions to council.
We have Deputy Chief Don Carson, who's going to be standing in for Chief Telefero to do the introductions. So I'll call Deputy Chief right up to the podium, and also the first group that she is introducing.
Good evening, Mayor Byers, Mayor Pro Tem Stevenson, City Manager, City Attorney, and City Council. On behalf of Chief Telefero, we would like to thank you for this opportunity tonight to introduce our most recent officer promotions. These individuals who serve and represent our community work very hard to accomplish this goal, and they have made many sacrifices. They have given up much of their personal time, family time, and have spent countless hours studying. But today we get to recognize each of them and commend them on a job well done. First person I'd like to introduce is Safety Training Officer Kirk Daniel Easterbrook. He has served the department for 23 years. He resides in Langsburg and is promoted up through the ranks of lieutenant and captain. He has Fire Instructor 2 and Fire Instructor Coordinator in EMS. He has obtained a bachelor's degree in Public Safety Studies from Siena Heights University. He is married, has 2 children, 6 grandchildren, and enjoys spending time with them. And Kirk, if you'd like to introduce anybody that's here tonight,
My wife Marina,
if you want to stand up.
and my sister-in-law Lukey, and my brother-in-law Tony.
Next, we have Fire Marshal Ray Stover. He has been with the department for 23 years and resides in Lansing, Michigan. He is a firefighter medic and is promoted up from lieutenant to fire inspector, now the fire marshal. He has an associate's degree in emergency medical services from Lansing Community College, is divorced with 2 children. Do you have anybody here tonight?
My brother Mike, my sister Roberta, and my niece Kelsey came to us.
Next, we have Fire Inspector John Newman. He has been with the department for 19 years and lives in the city of East Lansing. He served as a lieutenant for 3 years. He is married to his wife of 28 years, Melissa, has 2 children, Ashton and Joshua, father-in-law of Ben, and grandfather of 1, Maddie. Would you like to introduce anybody here tonight?
There's a crowd over there.
Okay, crowd can stand. And last we have Fire Inspector Blake Holt. He is a graduate of Michigan State University, has served the department for 22 years as a firefighter paramedic. He participates in our honor guard. He is an adjunct faculty with LCC in the fire science program, and he has a wife, Ann, and daughter, Erin. Would you like to have them stand? Be recognized? If you would like to go by council and be congratulated, and then we'll start with the next group.
Oh, looking sharp.
A little bit sick.
I have a sister named Roberta as well.
sick.
Congratulations. Oh, congratulations. What do you have? How long have you had it?
Like a week.
Getting better or worse?
Not here, but I don't run.
Yeah.
The next group will be our deputy chiefs and our captains. First, we have Deputy Chief Andy Swanson. He has served with the department for 20 years, leads the Metro Rescue Task Force, lives in Portland, and is married to his wife Chris with 2 children, Stella and Drew. I'd like to have them stand and be recognized. Next, we have Deputy Chief Josh Barrett. He has been with the department for 23 and a half years, has obtained his associate's degree from Lansing Community College. He lives in Mulliken. He has been married for 23 glorious years. He has 3 children and 2 dogs. You have people here with you that to recognize?
My wife Amy, my kids Nick, Ryan, and Emily.
Next, I have Captain Derek Johnson. He has served with the department for 19 years. He graduated from Tecumseh High School and Lansing Community College. He resides in Bath. He is one of our ice and water rescue instructors and RIT instructors. He is married to Amy Johnson for almost 19 years, has 3 daughters, Brielle, Madeline, and Peyton. You like to stand up? Next is Captain Garen Vasilian. He has obtained his associate's degree in EMS from LCC. He has served the city for 15 years, and he resides in Leslie. He is also a member of our Honor Guard leadership. He is here with his wife Amy, 2 sons, Max and Oliver. We have 2 individuals unable to make it tonight, Captain James Ladisky and Captain Bill Sladchek. But if you gentlemen would like to be recognized by council and shake hands, and we'll be all set.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Keep up the good work.
Congrats. Your job's more important.
And thank you again to City Council and all for giving us this opportunity tonight.
Thank you.
That's it. All right, thank you very much. Our next item on the agenda is the East Lansing Census 2020 Complete Count Committee Marketing and Community Outreach Activity Report. This movement thing so long.
Okay. Give everybody a minute to usher out. Okay. Yep, absolutely. Okay, I think we're ready to get started. Good evening, my name is Amy Schleschler-Schmidt. I work for the City of East Lansing's Planning and Community Development Department. This evening I also have with me Regine Head. Regine is our Guru Census Outreach Coordinator and has actually been with our division for a little over 9 months. So this evening we're just going to spend a couple of minutes sharing information with you about the importance of the census and all of the hard work that the East Lansing Complete Count Committee has done to share information about why it is so important and also to share with you upcoming community events and marketing outreach that we continue to work on. So with that, I will turn it over to Regine.
Good evening, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here before you all today. And as Amy mentioned, I am the census coordinator for the city of East Lansing. And what she forgot to mention is that we both also are in the midst of a cold. So please bear with us as we give you this presentation today. So, what is the census? Many of you may have heard this term, or you should have by now. The census is a federally mandated count of everyone residing in the United States of America. Ironically, the first census was conducted in the year of 1790. Why is it so important? What is it about this census that everyone is talking about? Well, in fact, our founding fathers deemed it valuable enough to incorporate the census in our Constitution. It is everyone's constitutional right to participate and respond to the census. Census data is used to allocate seats in the House of Representatives for Congress, as well as used to draw boundary lines for legislative and school districts. Federal funding of approximately $1,800 per person per year will be allocated to communities over the next 10 years. That is $18,000 for every person until the next census is conducted. These funds go to benefits and services that our community utilize, such as highway and road projects, healthcare programs such as Medicare and Medicaid, higher education assistance such as Pell Grants, supportive housing programs like Section 8, and employment programs that many individuals utilize, specifically low to moderate income families who have trouble securing employment or need additional resources on locating employment.
The census form itself this year is going to be extremely easy. It is 9 total questions. It's going to ask actually less personal information than most social media posts actually ask of you when you're setting up accounts. So it will essentially ask for name, sex, age, birthday, race, ethnicity, relationship to head of household, and your phone number. Now, a head of household is self-identified, so what we're sharing with people is that whomever chooses to fill out the census form for that particular household, you are the head of household. So whether it is yourselves or your spouses or your significant others, it is that individual that is self-identified. This is an example of a census form, and I know that it's a little bit small to see, but essentially it's those 9 questions, and it's going to take essentially less than 10 minutes to complete. Since we are in 2020, we have seen a lot of technological advances. This is actually the first time in the nation's history that individuals can fill out the census form digitally. So the majority of East Lansing residents are actually going to have the ability to fill out the form either on their computers, on smartphone devices, or in the physical mail. Here in East Lansing, because of our region, you can expect and anticipate that your first selection criteria will be digitally. If individuals want to fill it out with a paper form, they can actually reach out to the State of Michigan webpage, and then those individuals can receive a physically printed document. But right now, East Lansing residents should expect to receive a postcard with information on how to fill out that information online. In terms of how to complete the form, so essentially we kind of have this rule of thumb of 6 months plus 1 day. So all persons residing in the United States on April 1, 2020 are counted in the residence where they live the majority of the year. We recognize that there might be some snowbirds who actually their primary residence is in East Lansing. Please, we ask of those individuals to continue to, dedicate this as their primary residence. We also recognize that students might change their addresses depending upon the semester, but as long as they are residing in an apartment or a home location on April 1, they should be counted here in East Lansing. In terms of language assistance for all, the state of Michigan has really been working hard to share this information. So the form is going to be made available in 12 non-English languages. The paper form will be made available in English and in Spanish, and then there will also be telecommunications assistance for the hearing impaired and language guides. Important information to know is that the census form is entirely confidential. So when I go in to fill out my census form, that information is immediately being uploaded to the federal government. We at the City of East Lansing are not going to receive your personal information. It is entirely confidential for 72 years. That threshold was set several years ago. I believe it was based actually at the time on the lifespan of a resident. So it is now 72 years. And again, I had mentioned before that it's not going to be shared with the local municipalities at the state level or to third parties. So the Census Bureau cannot sell this personal information to anyone. Things that we don't care about in this particular instance. If there are persons that are over-occupying an apartment, we are not going to know about that. So if there are students or individuals that are, they perhaps have a license for 6 and there's 7 people living in there, we don't care. We want you to be honest about where you are living. So we have shared this information on campus several times with presentations to students. Again, we're not going to receive this information, so we are not going to there will be no penalties assessed for that particular situation. Another thing to kind of keep in mind is that I know from a Michigan State University perspective, a lot of people have had questions about, if I fill out my census form here, but, my car insurance rate or my health insurance rates are really, back home with mom and dad at that particular address, can those be affected? They will not be, because again, this information is confidential and college students need to fill out the information here. There's also been a lot of political discussion about the citizenship question. Many might recall that this came up at a congressional level earlier this summer. There is no citizenship question on the form. Tens of thousands of forms have already been printed. The digital form has already been secured by the federal government. There is no citizenship question.
How are we spreading the word? We are about a month away from the launch of the census survey, so we are all boots on the ground and we have everyone involved. Currently, we have put out about 1,000 stickers, 1,000 magnets, we have 1,000 pins, as well as 10,000 brochures that we've ordered for census alone. And we have this information out at several places, such as the East Lansing Public Library, the Hannah Community Center, and right here in City Hall. Many of you who may have entered through City Hall side may have saw our brochure down by the city clerk's office, and we are just about everywhere you can think of in East Lansing. We also have social media ads featuring students, residents living in East Lansing, as well as some of our very own Complete Count Committee members. And we also have an exciting treat for you all, the February Dialogue, which many of you will be receiving very soon. The census is featured on the front page, so please keep a lookout for that as well. We also have brochures and postcards, which are two of our most famous pieces of information that we have posted in several areas throughout the city. For many of you who like to listen to the radio or have a guilty obsession for divorce court or Judge Judy, such as myself, you may have come across some of these census ads that have been put out by the federal government. We also have brochures made available at the Warren Center, as well as 5 other locations on MSU's campus. We have presentations at community events and meetings, such as a presentation that we recently had with Primetime and the students of ASMSU on Michigan State's campus. We have tons of informational materials with East Lansing Public Schools families. We also have weekly e-blasts that go out every week, which features a part of the census and gives out very valuable information to students and parents of students within the city of East Lansing. We also have partnerships with several MSU classes where students have the ability to engage and also participate in educating themselves in the census, but as well as strategizing on ways to include other students and community members on participating as well. Some of our future outreach that we have coming up thus far, we've had 10,500 views on our weekly social media ads. We are currently at our fourth week, and the 4th one will be posted this Friday, so keep a lookout for that as well. We have disseminated at least 9,000 brochures, 1,500 stickers. We also have an order of more I Counted stickers that will be coming soon. We encourage you all to participate as well. We want community members to wear these stickers to kind of symbolize the I Voted stickers and let people know that the census is important as well, and we all should participate equally. We also have distributed over 500 pins at community events and meetings. Some of those pins can be located in the East Lansing Public Library and the Hannah Community Center as well. And our lovely team of volunteers from the East Lansing Complete Count Committee have dedicated at least 500 volunteer hours thus far in planning community outreach and events. MSU admin is on board to send out information to on-campus students residing in dorms in 1855, notifying them of the importance of participating and responding to the census. The Office of the President has also agreed to send out letters to the home addresses of students, notifying parents that students should also be counted in the city of East Lansing as well. And census brochures are also currently held at each of the 5 engagement centers on campus at MSU. We currently are in partnership with PRSSA to host Tyler Time at the East Lansing Public Library. This will take place February 25th at 10:30 a.m. We encourage all to attend. The City of East Lansing will also be hosting coffee and conversations with the census, where we'll be providing additional informational materials and education, as well as some sweet treats and snacks to community members. We also have a planned event with landlords and property managers for the City of East Lansing. It's a breakfast that staff will have, and we also will give landlords the opportunity to participate in this as well.
So finally, we just wanted to share some brief information about important dates as the census date becomes more clear. So from March 12th to 20th, residents can expect to receive a census postcard or a letter mailed to their individual households with information on how to complete the census form. So in that mailing, it will give a unique ID and passwords. Now, if you lose it the first time, don't fret. They're going to send it one more time. So they will send it a total of 2 times. If you completely lose it, my understanding is that you're going to be able to go online and actually type in your address, and individuals are still going to be able to fill out the form. So as soon as we receive our census forms, we're going to share more information about that on our webpage. From March 16th to 24th, as I mentioned, there's going to be reminder postcards, and then April 1 is Census Day. You are going to see that all throughout the community. April 8th through the 16th, a reminder letter and paper questionnaire will also be received if no responses are received. And then finally, from April 20th to 27th, essentially the Census Bureau is going to try one last stab at trying to get everybody to fill out the form, and then they're going to send individuals called enumerators to knock on your door. So this is the process by which if you do not complete your census form and they have your address, they're going to send federal government employees to come to you and to actually fill out the survey with them in person. Because again, we're trying to obtain that accurate count. The President of the United States will receive the official census headcount on December 31st of 2020. So that will be for the entire United States. So hopefully this entire process will wrap up in early fall. For additional information, persons can email us directly at census@cityofelastlansing.com, and then those are our email addresses. In terms of our webpage, we also have cityofelastlansing.com/census2020. So thank you very much, and we're happy to answer any questions.
I have one question from somebody who's considering being a numerator.
Sure.
Are they expected to go in the house or apartment?
I had the pleasure of serving with the Census Bureau as well during the first phase, and I recently just was hired on with the Census Bureau for the second phase. And what we will be conducting is the non-response early follow-up. And with this process, we are not allowed to go into the houses. We have to stay at the door only and maintain contact that way, but we are not allowed to enter any residences.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Meadows?
Can you talk just briefly about the training that's going to take place in East Lansing? Maybe that would answer that question too.
Certainly. So we've actually partnered with the Census Bureau, and they are going to be hosting some trainings at the end of March. There are 4 total groups. So 2 groups are going to be at the East Lansing Hanna Community Center. 1 group is going to be here in East Lansing City Hall at the Police EOC room. And then 1 is actually going to be at 325 East Grand River Avenue. And so those groups, we believe there's actually going to be about 100 enumerators that are going to be trained by the federal government. So we're going to sort of be central hub of the important training. So we very much are appreciative of City Council being supportive of that and that training.
Thank you. Jesse?
The enumerators will be going to residential addresses, but also on-campus addresses?
So the unique thing about this process and to our advantage is we can work with Michigan State University, and they've agreed to upload administrative information for individuals that might not fill out the form. So we know that if it's technically on-campus housing, so dormitories and a couple of other facilities, they are going to be able to upload that directly to the Census Bureau. Again, we're not going to see that, but that's essentially going to guarantee that. However, we obviously know that there are thousands of residents that are not campus affiliated, that are rental houses. In that case, enumerators are going to need we want everybody to fill it out, certainly, but then enumerators are going to need to go door to door.
So if they contract housing through MSU, they will all be counted
Correct.
automatically.
Correct.
Awesome.
So we believe that will be about 15,000 people.
Okay.
This is the first
great.
time that
And
has happened.
that's the first time they've allowed that to happen.
That the federal
Fantastic.
government has allowed that.
Yes.
And then I've got one more question, if I can. I just want to put these numbers in context, because the total amount of money in the country that is distributed through grants and other things is like $446 billion.
Correct.
When we talk about $1,800 a person, if we get above 50,000 in our count, so it's very important that we have an accurate count in East Lansing, it tips us up into higher dollars coming back to the city from the federal government on a number of levels, but particularly in CDBG, which we use extensively in the close-in neighborhoods. So it's really, really important and really good work for us to encourage everyone to respond to this census this year. It's going to be great for the city.
Great.
And it's great work that you've been doing.
Oh, thank you. It's just phenomenally important, so we hope that people will fill out their forms.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next on the agenda is the communications section. We'll start with 2.1, so we're back on track here. We get communications from the citizens and from people who don't live in East Lansing, and everything that has been received by council is posted online in the agenda packet. If you have sent something in and it is not there, please let me know, and I will make sure it gets put up there. So we'll go to 2.2 right now, which is communications from the audience. So anybody can talk to council about anything, but for purposes of organization tonight, I would like to start with things not related to deer or the Oakwood historic boundary, just because there are groups of those people. So I'm going to start with Ben Buzzle, who wants to talk about MSU FCU parking. Are you here, Ben? Yeah. All right.
Hello. So just a few quick questions about the new building. Other than...
There you go.
I can move it.
There you go.
Perfect, thank you. Just some questions on the more purposes and then the available parking that's going to also be involved in that building, because I know it's currently going to be built on a current parking spot. So I'd just like to know more information about that.
Well, so far, we don't have a site plan, so we're not really sure
Okay.
about any of those things. I don't even know if we have any indication of their parking plan, do we?
So they do not have, currently in their current iteration, which is a draft, does not have parking on the site. But we did have that report to council that the parking system has somewhere in the area of between 1,000 and 2,000 spaces available on a regular basis. So
Okay.
the overall parking system has complete, sufficient capacity by far, is our view. So we're taking a small number, we would be taking a small number of spaces out if MSU proceeds. It's somewhere in there, is it 40 spaces? I have to look to Mr. Fehrenbach if he's here.
Between 40 and 50.
33 spaces. So 33 spaces would go out, but we have literally, I think our last parking count showed at least 1,000 spaces on a regular basis available in the system. And they're in close proximity as well, right on Albert, and the new development is the closest, so.
Okay, does that answer your parking part of the question?
Yeah.
And-
I'd also like to know, we have 3 offices here in the area. What's the purpose of building the new structure, which I believe is about to be 5 to 8 stories tall?
Right.
To combine those offices?
This is something that I talked about a little while ago. If they want to come in and build, it's their decision. We don't necessarily make that decision for them. So,
But we will know eventually.
Yeah, we
just
will know their
We haven't
purpose,
seen a
but-
site plan yet.
yeah.
I think that,
But they have indicated that they will combine their existing offices into this location. So,
Okay.
and they're already using the parking system for those other offices.
Yeah.
So they won't be necessarily increasing parking here. So.
Mayor?
Yes.
Next week at the work session, MSUFCU will be presenting a brief summary of their information and what they have available at this time, including hopefully some up-to-date renderings and some more information. So if he has an interest, I think that would be a good meeting to have the most current information
Tuesday?
next Tuesday.
Next Tuesday, 7 o'clock.
Here during a discussion-only meeting.
Wonderful, thank you very much.
Yep.
Awesome.
Well, that was easy. Is there anybody else, I'm not trying to be judgmental, but who doesn't want to talk about deer or Oakwood? I'd just like to get, no, yeah, come on up. Come on up. Oh, sorry, in the front and in the back. Yep.
Hi, I'm Carolyn Hurst. I'm the Executive Director of the Ronald McDonald House of Mid-Michigan, downtown Lansing. I also have the VP of Facilities, Infrastructure, and Planning of MSU-FCU here with me today. You will see later in your agenda, there is an item up for vote for road closure for our 5K, 10K, and kids race, which we're excited to have in East Lansing this year at MSU-FCU's campus. We have a 20-year history of putting this event on. And it's just going to be a wonderful opportunity to be with MSU-FCU. So we're asking for the road closure so we can use part of West Road for the 5K and 10K courses. And I just wanted to let you know that we were here. So as you make that decision, if you have questions, we're here to answer anything that you might have.
Thank you.
Yes.
And there was another person in the back. Yes.
Hi, my name is Emilio Esposito. I live at 32 University Drive in the historic district of Chesterfield Hills. I have some handouts for council members if they'd like to see them. This is regarding a property line dispute within the historic district.
Oh, okay. I had you, perfect. Thank you.
Welcome. So my reason for addressing council tonight is to bring to your attention a concern I have with the potential decision of the Historic District Commission, also known as the HDC. I've been informed by the HDC that they are willing to hear two competing certificates of appropriateness. So these are the proposals to have changes made to historic properties, and approve both of them for a competing item. Additionally, I do not believe the HDC staff are doing the due diligence of ensuring the applying party has the rights to make the proposed modifications to the property of interest. I need to provide you with the background of my concerns. On the morning of August 15th, 2019, I heard construction outside of my house. I work from home and was getting ready to schedule a call with a colleague. I went out to investigate the construction and found two men dismantling the stone wall along my property's southern border. When I asked them why they were taking down my wall, they responded with, "We're replacing it with a block wall." I restated my question and informed them that they were taking down my wall. At this point, they stopped working and called their boss. After a brief discussion with my neighbor, John Mikulski, he's one of my southern neighbors, I called Jake Parcell at the city of East Lansing. Jake suggested I get a survey done of the property. So I did. I've never heard anything again. In September of 2019, my neighbor, John Mikulski, submitted a COA to replace a portion of my wall and fence, and we were only notified of the COA via the standard process of the city of East Lansing sending out a letter to nearby neighbors. In John Mikulski's COA, the Mikulskis proposed removing the stone wall in question and a portion of the fence. The problem with replacing the wall is that it would further destabilize my fence that separates my front yard from the backyards of my two southern neighbors. Additionally, my neighbor only planned on replacing a portion of my wall and fence and never contacted me or my wife about replacing my wall and fence. During the October HDC meeting, John Mikulski's COA was evaluated, and when asked for comments, my wife indicated that the fence John proposed to replace was indeed our fence. It is connected to our house and provided photos of the fence taken from our front yard, along with a photo demonstrating the fence is connected to our house. Those photos are available within that packet that you just received, along with my COA. We objected to the installation of a plastic fence in our front yard. John had requested to replace a wooden fence with a plain plastic fence. You can see that the pictures of the fence has a unique wooden structure to it. We also objected to the installation of a plastic fence in our front yard. You'll notice from those photos that our southern neighbor's backyard is right up against our front yard. We believe replacing a unique wooden fence that has character and is in the front yard of a house in the historic district with a plastic fence is not appropriate. The HDC ultimately denied John Mikulski's request in October. We do not dispute the fact that our fence is in disrepair and has moved further south than where it was originally installed by previous owners, likely during the 1960s or 70s. While my wife and I have often discussed replacing this fence with a cedar replica, we often had other house repairs, family needs, and career obligations that took precedent over finding a carpenter to replace the fence. Additionally, because the fence was behind our southern neighbor's garage and likely not directly seen by our neighbors, was blocking the view of items stored behind our neighbor's garage for those approaching our house, and was a barrier preventing people from cutting through our southern neighbor's yards to gain quick access to Michigan Avenue, we felt no one was overly concerned about the state of the fence or the wall. Obviously, this changed in August of 2019. It needs to be noted that John Mikulski's proposal is to only replace 3 out of the 5 8-foot panels that make up our fence. He only wants to replace a portion of the fence, and doing so directly and negatively impacts the overall curb appeal and aesthetics quality of my home. Because the HDC denied John Mikulski's COA to replace the current fence with a plastic fence, John Mikulski appealed the HDC's decision at the November 2019 meeting. During the November meeting, the HDC staffer did not provide the HDC members with the photos my wife provided, nor did the staffer provide a summary of my wife's concerns. During the appeal, an HDC member had to read back their notes to indicate another group had claimed ownership of the fence. The HDC again denied his COA and indicated the use of plastic as a primary factor for their denial. My fear is that if my wife and I had been unable to attend either the October or November 2019 HDC meeting, the city would have given permission to someone other than the rightful owners to modify someone else's property. The city's current stance is to have the interested parties enter mediation. I included an email from Tom Fehrenbach, second to last page is that email. He also sent that to John Mikulski. My wife and I reached out to both of our southern neighbors on Friday, February 7th. There's an attached email there. I think that's the last page. And included our plans to replace the fence, which we also submitted to the HDC. We have not heard back from the Mikulskis or the Terrys. John Mikulski has known since Thursday, August 15th, 2019, that we claimed the fence and the wall as our property. Yet he has never attempted to contact us regarding replacement of our fence or plans to work together to replace the retaining wall. I believe the city should be working with neighbors to reach amicable decisions regarding disputed property lines and fences, not waiting until one neighbor realizes that their side of the story is not being heard. Ideally, the HDC staff would have insisted that both COAs were reviewed at the same time by the HDC and made sure everyone works together to reach a common goal of replacing the fence with one that retains the unique characteristics of the current fence. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions?
I just want to note that I think this is on the HDC agenda for this Thursday. Is that correct?
It is.
Okay, and you're both up for a certificate of
No.
appropriateness?
Because we were unable to submit our application in time, even though it was within days of the deadline, we were told we have to wait until March.
Okay, that's good to know. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you.
Would anybody else not related to Deer or the Oakwood Historic Boundary like to speak? Okay, let's go ahead and do Oakwood Historic Boundary. I have James Robertson.
James Robertson, 815 Sunset Lane. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss my concerns regarding the proposed boundary changes to the Oakwood Local Historic District. As you may remember, I expressed concerns at your meeting of January 21 and primarily focused on the procedural inconsistencies and the failure to complete due diligence in coordination with the State Historic Preservation Office, I'll refer to them as the SHPO, and the State Historic Preservation Review Board. And tonight, bypassing the legal authority of the Historic District Commission to issue a notice to proceed for properties where changes are proposed, and instead resorting to boundary changes. As it states in the preamble for Act 169, 1970, the act is to provide for the establishment of historic districts, to provide for the acquisition of certain resources for historic preservation purposes, to provide for the preservation of historic and non-historic resources within historic districts. Remember, the authority to regulate both historic and non-historic resources. Because of my and others' apprehensions about how this process has unfolded over the last decade since I moved to East Lansing, I provided a record of what has transpired since the Oakwood Local Historic District Boundary Study report was completed to Ms. Amy Arnold, the SHPO Certified Local Government Coordinator, who reviewed the draft Oakwood Historic District Boundary Study report, and Mr. S. Allen Higgins, the current SHPO CLG Coordinator. Mr. Higgins' most recent correspondence with me states, thanks for the additional information. Amy and I have discussed the proposed boundary changes and reviewed the documentation and processes as best we can from what's available in the public record. We do have concerns about processes, or at least the appearance of processes, as it is critical for CLG communities that have a charge to appropriately enforce the procedures put forth in Public Act 169 and their local ordinances. I think it's most appropriate for me to address these issues through the context of the CLG program, and I will follow up with the city's CLG liaison to discuss things. I don't know if Mr. Higgins has contacted the city CLG liaison, but based on this, regardless, I believe that it would not be prudent to move forward in approving any boundary changes in advance of this proposed meeting. This is particularly important because when I was on the HDC, I was reportedly told by city staff, 3 of whom are no longer with the city, that minor boundary changes were mere administrative actions that could be approved by council. Based on the proceedings thus far, with the proposal of ordinances 1446 A, B, and C, we are continuing down this road of administrative council action to bypass the legal authority of the HDC to issue a notice to proceed for the properties listed in ordinances 46A, B, and C, and to retain the HDC's authority to comment and act on other actions within the boundaries of the local historic district. Until the current boundary study was undertaken, no previous changes to the boundary of the Oakwood Local Historic District were subject to a boundary study per section 399.214, which requires a boundary study per the guidance provided in section 399.203. To date, none of these changes are valid, and the original 1989 boundary, for all intents and purposes, is unchanged and should still be in effect. I offer for your consideration regarding the process for boundary changes and the scope of the authority of the HDC to consider architectural details when new buildings or modification to historic and non-historic buildings within a historic district. The opinion written by Nicholas Bozen, Administrative Law Judge, Office of Regulatory Affairs, Department of History, Arts, and Library, in the 2004 case of Shafran, EDC Associates, and Ann Arbor Historic District Commission. Bozen's opinion on the appellant arguments have direct relevance here. I will, for brevity, try to summarize one point in this lengthy 20-some page opinion. The appellant argues that the boundary of the East Liberty Historic Block should have been redrawn after the commission approved his application to demolish the historic home on the site. A redrawing of the boundary would obviously take 320/322 East Liberty Street outside of the regulatory jurisdiction of the commission. In assessing the merits of this argument, it is first useful to consider the purpose or purposes of historic preservation regulation in Michigan. Those purposes are set forth in Section 2 of Act 169, 1970, which provides historic preservation is declared, and I'm summarizing here, declared to be a public purpose to safeguard the heritage of the local unit, stabilize and improve property values, foster civic beauty, strengthen the economy, and promote the use of historic districts for the education, pleasure, and welfare of the citizens of the local unit. Also, the U.S. Supreme Court has observed that ordinances aimed at preserving historic buildings confer the benefits of historic preservation on all citizens within a city and also serve to improve the quality of life in the city as a whole. Penn Central Transportation Company v. City of New York. The historic district demarcated as the East Liberty Historic Block was established to preserve the overall pedestrian and residential character of the established district. Boundaries were drawn to respect this distinctive residential neighborhood that separates Ann Arbor's Commercial Center and Educational Center. Michigan law is clear that historic district commissions may not only regulate historic buildings in historic districts, but may regulate non-historic and non-contributing structures as well. Equally true is the proposition that commissions may regulate both new additions and new construction within established historic districts. In this regard, Section 1R of the Local Historic District Act indicates that resources subject to commission jurisdiction include publicly and privately owned historic or non-historic buildings, structures, sites, objects, features, or open spaces located within a historic district. In summary, the commission is legally charged with reviewing virtually all desired work proposed by both public and private, I'll say that again, public and private owners of resources within districts. This would include work that involves historic structures, non-historic buildings, new construction, and open spaces as well. Valley Court Park. To not do so would threaten the Commission's ability to protect the character of the historic district. Rewriting the boundary of a district every time work which adversely affects a historic resource is done would ultimately lead to the degradation of historic districts. Finally, the boundaries of a historic district may be written only after procedural requirements set forth in the Local Historic District Act have been followed. As I cited earlier, section 399.203, and they also cite Franklin Village Historic District Committee v. Village of Franklin. Under the circumstances, the appellant has failed to show there is a mandate that City Council should have redrawn the boundaries of the East Liberty Historic Block. For brevity, I've skipped several sections that also have direct relevance, but I'll continue. So your takeaway from this should be that we understand that local historic districts cannot be frozen in time. But we also realize that the HD authority through Act 169 and city ordinances is to preserve and improve the vitality of neighborhoods and their historic resources by implementing changes to all resources that are complementary and sympathetic with those of the district as a whole. Redevelopment is not prevented, but it is part and parcel of a citizen-based consultation and negotiation process led by the HDC. For example, an eyesore or out-of-date apartment complex might best be replaced with a building having architectural features more in compliance with the neighborhood. For the DDA properties, you may find that the HDC can offer constructive criticism in the parkside appearance of what appears to be the next pending development in downtown East Lansing. This is why removing such properties from the district and changing the boundaries adversely affects the integrity of the neighborhood by not involving the HDC, when in fact the HDC can facilitate improvements city planners or the Planning Commission may not have considered. This is what neighborhood-based local historic district preservation is all about. Regarding developments, they are covered in Act 169 under Section 399.205, Section 5, Part 6. And I quote, "Work within a historic district shall be permitted through the issuance of a notice to proceed by the Commission if any of the following conditions prevail, and if the proposed work can be demonstrated by a finding of the Commission to be necessary to substantially improve or correct any of the following conditions." And I'm jumping to item B, which applies here. The resource is a deterrent to major improvement program that will be of substantial benefit to the community, and the applicant proposing the work has obtained all the necessary planning and zoning approvals, financing, and environmental clearances. Therefore, I urge you to work with the HDC not at cross purposes, but to promote thoughtful development and rehabilitation through early consultation, discussions, and negotiations, not prevent it. It is a codified citizen-based consultation and negotiation tool that, in my opinion, will work if you give it a chance. Please take these facts into consideration in your deliberations tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Hang on, Councilmember Meadows would like to ask
Just a couple of
a
things.
question.
I think you're right on in all the things that you brought up there. But you were a member of the original study committee that was created in 2013.
Yes, I was.
Can you just, if you don't mind, why did you leave the committee?
What?
Why did you leave the committee?
My wife's father was dying.
Okay, I thought maybe there was another reason, so I'm...
No,
okay
it was
with that.
personal reasons, family health largely, and my wife is primary caretaker of 3 adult people.
And you...
in Ohio.
Did you continue to be consulted in any way about the progress?
No,
of that
because I
committee?
resigned from the HDC at the same time, and it was clear to everybody that I just was out of town so much that I couldn't deal with it.
Okay, great. Thank you
But
very
I
much
still
for your
hold an
comments.
interest.
Okay.
Thanks, James. Next, Diane Wing. Are you here? Yeah, there she
Diane, you got a
wouldn't
new
say the
camera.
same thing I would say. Diane Wing, 1024 Huntington Road, which is in the Chesterfield Hills Historic District. I'm also current vice chair of the HDC. I was going to speak very impromptu. I'm going to be even more impromptu after listening to my former commissioner speak so articulately, so effectively, so intelligently about the law that forms the Historic District Commission, how we act as a commission, and how you as a governmental unit are to be acting as well. I will only say I support everything that former Commissioner Robertson offered to you tonight, and I would ask you to take his comments into very strong consideration in your deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak on an issue other than deer? I'm on the historic district, but I'm still doing anything other than deer. Yes, Ms. Strayer?
Dave.
He can go after you if you want to.
Okay. Alice Strager on the Historic District. I was just waiting to see if Jim Robertson covered what I was going to cover, and he did not, so this will be pretty brief. Can I hand this to council? I made enough for the city manager and the city attorney as well. I've already expressed to you on email my concerns about process. I'm just going to go over 3 main points, although there are others. First, the council resolution appointing the study committee, which occurred on 11/6/13, stated, quote, the committee shall consist of 5 persons, blah, blah, blah. As I note in the pink thing, during its actual work, the study committee never had 5 members. The people were therefore denied the representation owed to them by council. So the study committee never actually existed in the form which we were promised by city council it would exist. There was a 5th member, which I've learned was Dave Olson, who left and resigned before the committee ever actually started working. So the committee never had the representation from the people that it was supposed to have. Secondly, just to be clear, the Michigan Open Meetings Act states that if a group is empowered by a resolution to exercise governmental proprietary authority or perform a governmental or proprietary function, it's covered by the OMA. The staff has admitted that the minutes are missing from the study committee and has not produced any proof of public notice of the committee's meetings. They claim there was a December 2018 meeting where the preliminary report was supposedly converted to a final report with nothing more than the addition of a pre-existing one-pager plus, but there's been no evidence provided, and I've requested it under FOIA 2 weeks ago, that in fact that meeting was ever noticed. I think many of us who attended the November 2018 public hearing where people were very angry would have noticed if there was going to be another meeting a few weeks later. I certainly would have noticed if there was a meeting a few weeks later. I don't believe it occurred, and I don't believe if it did occur that there was any public notice. So over and over again, we've not had our rights to participate in this process observed. Finally, I want to point out on the state statute what it says. It says under that section 3, after the date of the public hearing, which occurred on 11/28/18, the committee and the legislative body of the local unit shall have not more than 1 year unless otherwise authorized by the legislative body of the local unit, which would be city council, to take the following actions. A, the committee shall prepare and submit a final report with its recommendations and the recommendations, if any, of the local planning body to the legislative body of the local unit. If the recommendation is to establish a historic district or districts, the final report shall include a draft of proposed ordinance or ordinances. That has never been provided. So you can say, what I don't believe to be true, that a final report was provided. If it was, it did not include what the state statute requires. And secondly, B, after receiving a final report that recommends the establishment of a historic district or districts, the legislative body of the local unit, which is the council, at its discretion may introduce and pass or reject an ordinance or ordinances. The final report never included a draft of proposed ordinance or ordinances as required by state law,
and the legislative body, that is to say City Council, did not vote to extend the process until after the one-year period from the 11/28/18 public hearing had passed. The first time you voted to extend the period was on 12/17/19. So I believe taking action at this point violates transparency and due process, and I would be personally surprised if this particular City Council chose to do that. I'm afraid this system has been completely botched. It has been a tragic waste of time of a lot of good people, including the study committee, who I believe to be a group of very civically minded and very transparency-interested people. But they were not given good advice and guidance, and they were not able to do their jobs the way I believe they would have done their jobs if they had understood what they were supposed to be doing. And at this point, moving to change the boundaries of my neighborhood that I bought into in 1998 with the understanding that I had rights under the law would be the wrong thing to do. As Jim Robertson pointed out, you absolutely can ask for a notice to proceed from the Historic District Commission. The Historic District Commission recently passed a resolution to you recommending removal of the evergreen properties. That strongly suggests to me that they would vote for a notice to proceed. I don't think that they would be put in your way. I realize you hear about times when the HDC makes people unhappy, but that's the only time you hear about the HDC. Most of the time, the HDC cooperates with anything City Council wants to do. That happened, for example, with the Bailey project. It happened with 300 West Grand. It happened with the West Village Apartments. They help. They don't get in the way, and I don't think they'd get in the way in this case. I think if you proceed to change the boundaries at this point, you will simply be in violation of so many parts of the state statute, but also be in violation of the basic trust of the Oakwood neighborhood. Thank you.
Great.
Ms. Drager?
I've got one question from one of the documents that you had sent to us, which you didn't mention, but although you read that section of the statute. You talked about the final report, and in your document, you indicate this never happened. The committee never received prepared a revised report, according to Dan Bowman, the chair of the Planning Commission and member of the Boundary Study Committee. Did he confirm to you that there was no final report?
When we met at his office a couple weeks ago, he told me that that was the case. Perhaps he's changed his mind, but I don't think he has. I thought he was going to be here tonight to back that up. But that's what he told me, that he does not believe there was any final report prepared.
Okay, thank you very much for that.
Therefore, I believe the one-year extension expired on that basis alone. And so that's somewhat frustrating, because there was supposed to be a report prepared not more than 1 year unless authorized by the legislative body of the local unit to extend, and the extension never occurred. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Drager.
I should say also, by the way, that I was also in contact with SHPO, with Amy Arnold, and I got basically the same response, which is, wow, thanks so much for all of your research, and we'll get in touch with East Lansing. I sent them my annotated timeline so that they could just click on all the things to be able to find the minutes that I was finding and be able to find the videos. And they took a close look at that, and I think we're pretty surprised at what had happened here.
Next, David Kraus. Mr. Kraus. I know you're here. There you are.
Good evening. I'm David Kraus, 117 Center Street, East Lansing. I have a quick comment. I've been out of town for a while. Before I left, I have an apartment building at 451 Evergreen, and then the one across the street that I'm part owner of, which is called Maplewood Apartments. I own the Treehouse North project. I did not by myself, and it is it's a modern building. It was fully approved by the city of East Lansing. In fact, I bought the property from the city of East Lansing, and I'm confused, and I was told it wasn't in, and I met with the planning staff, and now I get back, and I'm trying to catch up and reading this documents that were there. I get lost into what's really included and what's not, and I'm surprised to see the outcome here that changed that much. Yes.
So your property at 451 is currently included in the historic district, and there were a couple of...
I just talked to Tom, and he says it is. When I left, it was not, and and this is according to the staff member, planning department. And I got the map at home showing it was not in there. And so it's, I think I had I'm sure I had the correct information.
So, Mr. Kraus, I think that this is just a misunderstanding because we haven't changed any boundaries yet. Nothing has changed. So whatever was true before is true now. Maybe you can work with staff and get the correct information, whatever it is.
Sure, I didn't know if you were going to vote tonight or what.
Oh, we might vote tonight. It's on the agenda to talk about whether to take some properties out of the historic district. The one on Evergreen I don't think is part of any of the three options, but
451 is.
Oh, 451 is?
Yeah.
Okay, there you go, 451. And also the treehouse apartments.
That is.
Oh, that is
That's
the
the same
treehouse.
thing,
Oh,
yes.
sorry. Yep, those
Okay.
are on. I didn't have the number.
They are what?
They would be part of one of the options that we are considering.
Okay.
So we're considering whether to take any property out. We're considering whether to take just Evergreen properties out. We're considering whether to take Evergreen and the park out, and Evergreen and the park and the south side of Oak Hill.
I know at the last meeting I was at, there was numerous discussion from some of the co-ops and things on the south side of Oak Hill.
Right, that's
And
one of the options.
that's where I'm located also, on the
Okay.
south side of Oak Hill. So.
What do you have on the south side of Oak Hill?
Pardon?
The tree houses. I
Yes.
thought you said that was on Evergreen.
Well, it's in the corner.
I know where it is, but I don't know which address it is. Okay, so the address is on Evergreen.
Yes, it is.
Gotcha. That's why I was confused. It looks like it's on Oak Hill.
Okay, thanks for your
Thanks a lot,
attention.
Mr. Pro Tem. Embarrassed me in public.
Any other questions?
No, thank you, Mr. Kraus. Anybody else like to speak about the Oakwood Historic District or anything other than deer? I'm just trying to organize. It's not that I don't want to talk about deer, so I want to talk about it all at once.
Right. Hi, good evening, Council. I'm Brian Moody. I currently live at 239 Oak Hill in the Cooperative House, and I am the current Vice President of Facilities for the MSU Student Housing Cooperative. I'm here today to recommend that the City Council chooses to enact the Historic District Boundary Ordinance Proposal 1446B. There are four major reasons the City Council should strongly consider this option: equity and equal property rights, the park, the nature of the buildings on the park perimeter, and the intention of the historic district. Each of the zoning proposals paints a picture of intentionally removing the city's purchased properties and the parking lot. 1446A, B, and C all have proposed that the DDA properties be removed. This is reflected by the intention to fall in line with the master plan from the Zoning Commission. Within this plan, the properties around the park have either been recommended for the new designation R4 or mixed use, while everything else in Oakwood is recommended for R1. This plan clearly recognizes that the park perimeter properties are unique properties as compared to the rest of Oakwood and has recommended these properties for upzoning. The city recognizes the potential for redevelopment of the DDA properties within this master plan, and with offers of $3 and $5.5 million for the properties, the council sees the historic district boundaries as a problem for this redevelopment and is moving toward removal. However, this does not fit the criteria for removal from the district. The Historic District Boundary Study never reviewed the park perimeter properties to give a rationale for either inclusion or removal. The only perimeter properties reviewed were the DDA's evergreen properties. The bias toward the DDA properties marks an interest in increasing the property rights for only those evergreen properties. If both the City Council and Zoning Commission agree that the park perimeter properties have high development and rezoning potential, this should be reflected equally amongst all properties around the park, not just the DDA properties, as this demonstrates clear bias. The second reason 1446B should be enacted is the removal of the park from the historic district. The argument has been made in this courtroom that the park is a valuable asset to the historic district and must not be removed due to fear of development over the park. For anything to be built where the park is, a citywide referendum would be required and would be unlikely to pass. The inclusion of the park, then, is a moot point. 1446B accurately reflects this and does not include the park within the boundary lines. As mentioned when I previously addressed council, the nature of the neighborhood has changed. The majority of the properties along Oak Hill, from Hillcrest to Abbott, are rental properties. There is more to being historic than just being an old building. The buildings need historical significance, and the neighborhood needs that historic single-family feel. The Local Historic Districts Act mentioned earlier, establishes a criteria for removal, which I believe that the properties along the south side of Oak Hill fit. It mentions that if the historic district has lost the physical characteristics that enabled the establishment of the district in the first place, or if the historic district is not significant in the way it was previously defined, that the properties are able to be removed. And I truly believe that the south side of Oak Hill fits that criteria. The properties around the park are no longer single family. The treehouse properties are included in the district, along with the Hagen property and the condominiums. I find myself often asking, what makes these properties historical at all? The house in which the co-op resides in was built in 1915, but has been either a sorority, fraternity, or cooperative stretching back to at least 1929, long before the historic boundary was even established. Again, these properties around the park do not fit the requirements of what it means to be designated as historic. This brings me to my final point, intention. It's been mentioned by a council member that the argument for keeping the rest of the park, perimeter properties, in the historic boundary isn't about maintaining the historic nature of the area. Rather, it is being inappropriately used to protect the single-family homes up the street from blight and to serve as a berm from the view of development in the area. If the historic district isn't being used to preserve the historic nature of the area, as it was intended to do, I ask then, what is the point of it? In summary, the City Council should recognize that the historic boundaries are being used as a protection from development and degradation for the single-family residents of the neighborhood, rather than as a means of upkeeping the historic nature of Oakwood. This, coupled with the request for an equitable solution that recognizes all of the park perimeter properties as having potential for development and upzoning, rather than just the DDA properties, should lead the council toward approving Ordinance Proposal 1446B. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, I have a question. So you had a window that was out last time you were here. Yep. Did you get with staff and figure that out through the HDC?
I never heard back from that person, from that staff member, but we did get it taken care of just recently. So. And
that was a process that you went through the HDC?
That was a process that did not need to go to the HDC. It was just an example of something that could, rather.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
It was just just the window pane that needed to be replaced. It wasn't like the window structure. Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thanks.
Glad to hear that was replaced.
Yeah, that's not what he said last time. Okay, let's move on to deer. We will start with Mr. Jeff, excuse me? I have one more statement. Oh, sure. Sorry, come on up.
Good evening, Council.
You can raise the mic so it's not so comfortable.
There we go.
Hello, everyone. Again, my name is Connor Meston. I'm a former president of the MSU Student Housing Cooperative. Again, here to convey the co-op's position on the matter at hand regarding the Oakwood Historic District, and specifically to ask that the properties lining Valley Court Park be excluded from the historic district. As you may know, we maintain accessible quality housing with active members who engage in democratic citizenship. So I'm here today to ask the question, what is the intent of the Oakwood Historic District? Our understanding is that the historic district is not primarily being used to preserve buildings of specific and publicly distinguished historic significance. The council and others have led us to believe that it is being used to preserve mostly single-family homes. Form-based zoning, as you have discussed before, allows the city to achieve this goal in another way. This is not an argument to remove student housing cooperative properties specifically. It's a reason to look at other forms of zoning and planning tools to accomplish the same ends. Ultimately, designating old buildings to meet certificates of historic appropriateness is not the same as maintaining the safety, accessibility, and beauty of a neighborhood in this way. And so, an overarching problem with this specific situation is that the character of the Oakwood neighborhood is no longer unified in the way that it may have once been, and has evolved significantly over time. Rental properties have proliferated along Oak Hill and the blocks extending northward, all around Valley Court Park. At some point, these buildings require additional funds to maintain and renovate. And so, if the city properties that are along Evergreen and Valley Court Park are being proposed for removal from the historic district, we believe that our property at 239 Oak Hill should be removed as well. We recognize that the additional cost of historic district renovations can be difficult for all, and we are not requesting special treatment as an organization. However, other cities offer funds to support landmarked and historic district building owners with financial need to maintain and renovate their buildings to historic standards. Without such a grant program in East Lansing, we return to a question of fairness in housing and development. And so, without this grant program, we take the position that the council should pass Ordinance 1446B to remove the Phoenix House Co-op at 239 Oak Hill from the Oakwood Historic District. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration.
Hang on one second, Mayor Pro Tem.
So, one of the reasons why I asked about the window specifically was just because I wanted to try and get an example from you guys of because I do 100% agree that the co-ops provide something that is needed more in East Lansing, which is an affordable option for students to live here. But I wanted an example of a time where the financial burden of being in that historic district was a hindrance to that goal. And so I was hoping with the window, I mean, obviously I'm not hoping that there's going to be a financial burden on you, but I'm just wondering if you can point me to any specific instances. Obviously you were the president of the entire cooperative, so were there any instances in maybe this co-op or others that you felt like it rose to that level?
I would say that there were significant situations, especially with some of our other properties over the years, where there have been major changes that have cost the co-op a significant amount of additional funds. I believe one specific example that I can point to is the replacement of windows and door frames on the Vesta House Co-op, which is at 505 MAC. That was a significant expenditure for the SHC to have to pay for the replacement of a lot of windows and doors there.
So run me through that process. So did you do an appraisal beforehand and then you went to the HDC and you had to reappraise or figure out, what the cost would be after, and it was a significant difference, or was the cost itself just?
So as president of the Student Housing Cooperative, I was mostly president of the board. I was not directly involved in that process, so I can't speak to that.
Okay, I appreciate you coming. Thank you.
Was that co-op in the historic district?
Yes, but that is, of course, another historic district and not the same.
Councilmember Greg?
I'm interested in the example that you included about grant programs in other communities that are specifically targeted at historic districts. If you could forward those to our email so that we could review them and see if something like that would be appropriate in East Lansing, that would be great.
Certainly, I can look into that more.
Thanks.
Sorry, I know, we need to get a deer, and I'm cognizant of that. I'd also like to look into the possibility of doing that on a, because sometimes what we hear from landlords is that they are not going to make improvements on houses or insulation because of the fact that they're in a historic district. And if that is the case, maybe there could be a conversation about people that meet a certain rent threshold per person being eligible for a program like that. I just think it would be definitely something to explore.
Yeah, to encourage low moderate income housing.
Yeah. That's my.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else here to speak about Oakwood or anything else? Anything else, period, I'm going to say. Okay, let's talk about some deer. Jeffrey Lipinski.
Thank you for bearing with us, everybody.
It's all important.
It is.
Hello. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm Jeff Lipinski, 601 North Lawn, very close to Harrison and Saginaw Highway. Been a resident of East Lansing, well, in our current house since 1997. And I've had exactly 2 close encounters of the four-legged kind in those years. I'm talking about encounters in vehicles, and both have been near misses. I'm also a member of Eastminster Presbyterian Church, which is on Abbott Road, just north of Saginaw. And as such, I volunteer for their community garden, which is located at the rear of the church. very close proximity to a wooded area that we know are populated by deer because we see them come out from time to time. The garden exists, it has a fence, small, maybe this high wire fence, and then 3 courses of string that go around the garden that ribbon is tied to. And that suffices to keep the deer out of the garden. So we coexist. I do not see this as a problem. And I certainly don't see it as a problem that requires killing animals. I would think that we can come up with a solution, especially with MSU right across the street, using their expertise that is more appropriate to the severity of the issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Mary Ann Stone.
Good evening, council members. My name is Mary Ann Stowe. I live at 1625 Hitching Post Road in East Lansing, in the White Hills neighborhood. I've written a letter to all of you that are in your packet, so I'm not going to reiterate all of this. But I will say I have several questions for you today. And the first is, what are you thinking? What are you thinking? The idea of a deer call has been hanging around for a long time. Councilmember Meadows probably has the longest institutional memory here. I've lived in the White Hills neighborhood for since 1982. And I recall when we moved in at the end of Woodland Pass, where a bank is now, there was a meadow, and partridges and pheasants nested there in the spring. And cranes and blue herons took advantage of White Pond. Slowly, streets have been paved, woodland has been cut down, wetlands have been drained, construction has gone on, especially in the northern tier, and our animal co-species are pushed into ever and ever more desperate means to try to survive. The objections that people have brought to council about deer seem to fall into 2 areas. The first is worry about vehicle and deer collisions and the injuries that could result therefrom. And the second seems to be people who are very concerned about their precious hostas. And there's a lot of rumor and a lot of misinformation, I think, that needs to be taken into account by the council. I've read several articles. I noted that one of the council members, I couldn't remember who it was, said that she had heard horror stories about chronic wasting disease, when in fact, no deer in East Lansing boundaries have been found to have chronic wasting disease. We're not here to deal with superstition. We're here to deal with facts. And so I thought I'd bring a few facts to your attention and ask you if you are aware of these things. Do any of you know the total number of vehicle crashes in the city of East Lansing in 2018?
With respect to deer or just the grouse?
Total.
We actually had a presentation that before these two were here. I don't have the number in the front of my brain, but the last time we talked about deer, we did get that information.
Well, I will tell you, to refresh your memory, and for those who didn't know, in 2016, and this is based on very detailed statistics maintained by Michigan CrashFacts.org. In 2016, there were 1,536 vehicle collisions within the boundaries of East Lansing, Michigan. Does anyone know what percentage of those involve deer? I will tell you, 2.6%. That's in 2016. In 2018, there were 1,576 total collisions. And of those, 2.6% 2% involve deer. In other words, less than 3%, with the number falling. What about the other 97%? If we really think about this, 100% of the collisions that happen within the boundaries of East Lansing, Michigan, involve humans. Only a few involve deer. Are we talking about getting sharpshooters to come and cull drivers? I think not. How many collisions do you think involve dogs and cats and family pets? Are we going to send sharpshooters out and do a house-by-house check and take family pets and cull them because they cause accidents? Just something to think about. And I really wish you would think about it seriously, because although I'm doing it with a certain amount of humor, or trying to at least, it's a serious topic. And it talks about what kind of people we are and what kind of community we want to have. The second area seems to be people who are offended that their flowers are nibbled, there's deer scat in their lawns, that young bucks come and they rub off the itchy velvet that's on their antlers before the rutting season. I've been a victim of all of it. Am I happy when I come out and I see my hostas mowed down and I see gouges in the birch trunks? No, I'm not. But I will tell you this, there are easy solutions. You spray deer off. In the autumn, you wrap your tender trunks in burlap. The problem is solved. Many a morning, when my late husband and I would leave and get up early for some long-distance trip in the winter, we would see groups of deer walking down Hitching Post Road. Beautiful, in the blue light. We tend to think that because we are humans, that we somehow are more important than anything else in our environment in which we live. And we're not. And we also seem to think, which seems to be an American sort of point of view, that there's no problem that ultimately cannot be solved with a bullet and a gun. That's not what we're here for.
Please, I don't want to bring out my second grade teacher voice, but everybody has a chance to speak. We don't need clapping, and we don't need derision when somebody is speaking, please. Thank you.
Thank you. You might also be interested to know that of all the crashes that we have in East Lansing in 2018, there are 3 intersections that are far more dangerous in terms of collision than anything that happens with deer. The first is at Grand River in Hagedorn. There were 72 crashes and 18 injuries there last year. The second is at Coolidge in Lake Lansing. That's 52 total crashes with 12 injuries. The third is Abbott in Saginaw, 42 total crashes with 20 injuries. That's 166 crashes and 50 injuries at just 3 intersections. And yet within the total boundaries of East Lansing, Michigan, last year there were only 35 vehicle encounter with deer. That's the entire city. And look what's happening at just 3 intersections. So what I'm saying and what I propose to you, besides a little bit of ethical courage and political courage, is that you look at other alternatives, which are very, very easy. And that is to plant deer-resistant plants, to cover your trees. If you can't bear the thought of sharing your precious property with any other species, then go to your neighborhood association and ask to put up a fence. There's birth control for female does that will keep them from procreating. If you start a culling program, it's not going to stop. All you have to do is look at other communities in Michigan. Ann Arbor, Meridian Township, once they start it, they keep it going. Because nature's boundaries are not permeable. They're not like ours. We have weights and measures. We measure everything out. We put boundaries on everything. Nature doesn't work that way. We're very, very fortunate in this community to share our land with the deer, with the pesky red squirrels that get under our roof and nest, with the raccoons that go through our garbage, with the songbirds, with the ravens and the crows that come down and go away with the baby bunnies, with the hawks that come and go. We really are very fortunate with the shy possums that come snuffling out at night, even with the skunks, of which we are having an increasing number, that leave their pungent scent for days. We really have to think about what kind of community we want to be. We've lost so many trees due to the rape and plunder of the Board of Water and Light and what they did and the manner in which they mowed down trees to keep them away from power lines. We've lost so much. All you have to do is cross the border into Lansing, Michigan. When you're driving from the Capitol and you come into East Lansing, what's the biggest thing that you see that you notice right away? It's the trees. We're the city of trees. It's almost like a sharp line. We also should be a city that's in collusion with nature and that encourages nature. Mayor Byer, I commend you for your stance on this. I hope that you are effective in encouraging and perhaps winning over your fellow council members, and that this is not an issue that we're going to be looking at again and again and again. Let's coexist, let's cohabit, let's talk about how lucky we are, not how sad we are that our petunias aren't blooming as we think they should. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Jessica Chapman.
City Council, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak, and I apologize for my applause. It's just comforting to have people who have the same mindset in an increasingly isolating world.
There was no reason to apologize. I just didn't know if people understood the expectation.
Appreciate that. Okay. I'm a third-year law student at Michigan State University College of Law. I have worked with several animal law and wildlife conservation, world-renowned conservation organizations through my experience in law school. I heavily, heavily urge you not to do a cull. It's inhumane, and it also doesn't establish the morals and ethics and characteristics that we claim we want to instill in our children and the community. I also implore you that if you were going to put this to a vote, rather than deciding it tonight, put it on a ballot and let the entire community member population speak and give their opinion, rather than a small group of lobbyists who are a very tiny subset of the population of East Lansing, as we've seen tonight. As other cities have shown, and although there's research that claims that culling is effective, there's very much more research that shows that it's not. In short, killing deer as a management method does not decrease numbers permanently. As soon as deer members are killed, other deer herds will fill the population. It doesn't protect gardens. It doesn't stop car accidents. It doesn't help forest regeneration. It doesn't decrease Lyme disease or accurately manage chronic wasting disease. It's dangerous and heartless. It ignores and destroys herd dynamics, which could have lasting effects that we aren't aware of because we haven't had a deer cull in this area, and so we don't have the data to show how it'll affect our ecosystems. We have our hunting seasons, and we don't know how those might be affected if people choose to do that. Culling deer represents human elitism. It shows us that we are entitled to have the control and power over other species rather than living with them. It doesn't instill long-term plans, management, and there are so many other alternative measures that we could take. Plant protection, repellents, feeding bans. Really, it's an issue about human management and working with the deer rather than trying to destroy everything that's in our existence because of human encroachment into our wildlife and ecosystems. And also, a lot of people have argued that culling deer with a sharpshooter is humane and that it is the closest way to alleviate pain and suffering. any type of firearm with any type of being will increase pain and suffering. Don't do that to our community.
Thank you.
I just want to point out that feeding with deer within the city of East Lansing is prohibited. If you do see people doing it, tell them not to.
Okay.
And/or call PACE.
Thank you. Next is George Lofkus. Oh, George.
Oh, it's a tough act to follow. It's not an act. I know she's sincere. This is a picture I took at dinner tonight. It's my backyard. It's about 10 feet from my back door. You see one of the deer is squatting, ready to leave their droppings on my yard. I lived in East Lansing for 50 years, 44 of them at 1139 Woodingham Drive. I'm retired with the State Department of Public Health, and I love this community. I've raised 3 children in that house. They enjoyed the backyard. And for the first 25 years that I lived there were no deer. This is a new phenomenon. They have made some changes. I know they've put some new nature areas in, but we did not have any deer in our backyard. My kids could play in the backyard. My granddaughter cannot now because it's full of scat and urine droppings. It could be, I know wasting disease, but there are deer ticks also. This is a public health issue we need to look at. These are not pets. These are wild animals. Each morning when I go out in the dark to get my newspaper, which I'm not sure it's worth the trip, the size of the newspaper, I don't know if the deer is around the corner. We've seen them in my front yard. It is, as I said before, it's a public health issue. We have to be aware that Michigan, when it was first settled 200 years ago, there were very few deer in this state. The tall forest had killed all the undergrowth. There were very few deer in Michigan. The farms and everything have allowed them to grow. Last year, Consumers Power went through a right-of-way from Harrison Road to Cornbrook between my house and Shaw Estates. They left all the brush there. Since then, we have had to hire to have skunks removed, raccoons removed, huge woodchucks, and they weren't just chucking wood, they were tearing up your yard, to keep this because they left all the underbrush just there. So they gave them a new habitat. They changed the environment. We have changed the environment to allow the deer in here. This is not their natural setting. I saw one last week, was missing a hind leg and was still trying to get around. We've had one that was ill in my backyard. We had one that was crippled for many years. We saw her. She ended up having twins 1 year, but she was still could hardly get through the wood. This is not a humane place. This is not these fields. This is a city. There's cars, there's traffic, there's people, there's children. I have never killed an animal in my life. I've never hunted, but I do eat meat. And I think you have to ask yourself that question too. If you eat meat, you have to say we are harvesters. They can be harvested. Or, in another humane way, sterilized. I don't know what the best solution is, but something needs to be done. I do not think the solution of a few years ago was to put a deer crossing sign on Harrison Road. That was not a solution I found very helpful. Again, this goes on in my backyard on a weekly basis. And that's the idea of putting plants that are, a friend of ours is a gardener, a very serious gardener. She put those plants in. See the deer go, they bite one, they spit it out, they go to the next one, they pull it out, they spit it out. Yeah, they don't eat it, but they still destroy your garden. They do not belong where they are in this numbers. There are a large number. I don't know if we've ever done a census, but that needs to be done too. And as far as the city voting on it, I go back to the old water issues. If you lived in a village, if you were up the stream, it was okay to use the village as a sewer, the stream as a sewer. But if you live downstream, hey, it's a problem. It's not a problem in the city, it's not a problem up there, but for those downstream, it is a problem. And don't give me a vote that says, well, it's not bothering most of us, let's not do anything. It's your responsibility. There needs to be a solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Jim Phelps. Hang on 1 second, Jim, I just make sure.
Please forgive my hat. I have a visual issue with all this light coming from, I can't see very well. I'm not even so sure I can read this. I live on Roxburgh Avenue. I am the last house to the park of Harrison Meadow. And I have a copy of this. I'll keep it, but later I'll pass this around. I've decided, instead of reading this, to speak off the cuff. I look out our backyard, park. I look out our bedroom window, park. If I would estimate the area, it might be 300 yards to the west and maybe 500 yards to the north. The other day, we counted 14 deer at one time. On another day, we saw 2 bucks. So at a minimum, in this space, somebody can calculate the square feet, yards. There are at least 16 deer and probably more. We look out our window in the snow. They can't find food. They are in this area because there's the drain and that's access to water. Obviously, I'm not a researcher. I can't visually determine the health of them, but it is not a healthy situation. I took the time to look up what is a reasonable time for the benefit of the deer in terms of space. And what I got is 6 to 8 per square mile. I think there are 16 in probably of a quarter of a square mile. In some of the work I do, I make a distinction between average and the individual. When you go to the doctor, they take your pulse, they take this. They're not interested in the average. They're interested in you as an individual, and they prescribe something based on the individual. I have no doubt that there are places in the city where there might be 1 or 2 deer. They might be a little nuisance, but they're not adversely affected individually. I'm willing to have anyone come visit our neighborhood and say this little area is helpful to at least 16 deer. I think it's inhumane. I don't have a gun. I don't go out shooting. I'm not for that. But I am for humanity for animals. I think to say, oh, it might not be a problem one place is missing the point. I think you have to look at this in terms of individual locations. Many locations will be just fine. I'm suggesting this particular location is not fine. I won't get into all the damage they've done. It's outlined in what I have. In essence, the city put in 7 trees in that area, and the deer destroyed within a short period of time 5. And I protect all the other materials going out with burlap and spikes and that to keep them. But my point is I can deal with that. The point is it is inhumane to allow that many deer today. What is it going to be next week, next year, next month, next decade? I think you have to look at this problem not on an average, not on how much. Well, I'll get into it. When I drive home tonight, there'll probably be deer in the street or jumping across. So it's not a problem other places, but on that one street, Roxburgh, into the park at night, it is a problem. So please, not consider it in the broad view, we're going to do it every place. Consider it in individual locations. And I'm suggesting if you come to our house, knock on the door, I'll give you a walkthrough, or any other people that want to come to that and look at this one area and imagine 16 deer walking around in the middle of winter trying to get something to eat, and that might influence you. So my final word, this is not a total community issue where you must go to every house, every neighborhood. It's individual locations, and I suggest this is on the top of your list. Thank you very much, and please, if you would circulate this copy, I would appreciate, and I've lost my voice. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Fowles. Next is Patrick Sheets. No.
Thank you. Good evening. I am Patrick Sheets, and I live at 1160 Whittingham Drive, right across the road, right across the street from George Lofkus. And without an ounce of doubt in our neighborhood, there are too many deer. The size of the deer herd is beyond the capacity of the neighborhood to support them. There are too many brave deer. These are deer that are coming on our porches to, if we let them in, they can come in and kiss us. Damages to our gardens and landscaping and vegetation is severe. And I'm talking about they will come in and mow the top of the plants in our gardens, whether it's tomato plants or peppers or raspberries or hey, they love strawberry plants, and they'll take them all. In our front yard, yes, hosta, they cover those. The number of deer accidents might not be what you think are substantial, but almost deer accidents are many in our neighborhoods, because as we drive into our area on Whittingham Drive, almost nightly we can see deer going across right square in front of us, or frequently we'll have to be stopped just to let the deer cross, and usually there are 4 or 5 deer there. Now let me ask you a simile. If there's a dog in the neighborhood, the owner of that dog has to keep the dog on a leash. And the dog, if it defecates in our yard, the owner has to remove that defecation. But a deer, where's the owner of the deer, and who's removing the defecation that my kids and my grandkids have to walk over as they head to the garden or get out into the yard at all? Let me give you another one. If there was a dairy herd in our area, I come from dairy country in Indiana. If there was a dairy herd and the cows got out of the area and came into my backyard, I would have to call that whoever the farmer is and ask them to remove those dairy animals and take them back inside the fence. But with the deer, where do we ask them to be removed and put back inside a fence? How about a zoo as an example? If there was an elephant in my backyard, you'd ask that elephant being removed and taken to the nearby zoo, or a lion, or a tiger, or a fox, or a wolf. So, why can deer, what permission do they have to come into the back of my yard, eat my landscaping, eat my garden plants, and why are they not rounded up and returned to the zoo? Because there are deer in the zoo. And why can't they be returned to that fenced area? Deer are not domesticated animals. They are wild animals. They do not belong in large numbers in our urban areas. Maybe the answer is a natural deer preserve. If you're familiar with what they have in Fort Wayne, Indiana, where there's a fenced area where you can see wild animals, you can get right near the wild animals, you can feed the wild animals. Maybe that's what we need to fence in the deer to get them out of our backyards and get them from ruining our gardens, our landscaping, and our other. So my question to you is, what rights do deer have that other wild animals do not have? Why are we selecting deer to say, it's okay for you to come to my yard, but for other wild animals, they can't come to our backyards, nor can that dairy cow come and make a visit in our backyards? They would be removed. Deer have some kind of special privilege that says they're okay. They can eat what's in your yard, and if you don't want them to eat what's in your yard, you have to plant special plants which will make sure that they don't eat those special plants. But right now, anything that's green and does not have spurs or pricklers on it, they will eat it. Bushes, you name it. trees, you name it. So my question to you is, do we need a nature preserve to keep all those deer in a enclosed area? What is it? But please take a few of them out of the back area of Pinecrest. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Dwayne Clark.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name's Dwayne Clark. I live at 1922 Mendota Drive, which is just across one of the wooded areas one of our previous speakers from Roxburgh spoke about. I hope I can be somewhat halfway near as articulate as some of the other people have been. One of the previous speakers also mentioned that we have not always had as many deer in Michigan as we have now, particularly right here in some parts of East Lansing. And I looked through a book I have by a MSU professor from some years ago. And in the history section for deer, it mentioned about how, there weren't too many deer in Michigan because of the hardwood forest a long time ago. And settlers came in, and farmers, and opened up areas, and there got to be lots of deer. And then people started hunting them, and there were not so many for a while. I can remember as a kid growing up in the late 50s and early 60s, you had to go up north to see a deer. There weren't deer in your backyard. But now, they're all over southern Michigan. Our corn-fed bucks, as they sometimes call them, have some of the biggest antlers, bigger than what deer do up north. But anyway, I'm getting into history here, and I don't need to. My family moved here to East Lansing in 2001, and I had a nice collection of daylilies. And I just mention that because this helps put into perspective a little bit of a timeline. 2001, all my plants flowered. I keep notes because I have a lot of different varieties. I had no loss to deer until July of 2007. Had a few flowers eaten. 2008, lost a lot of flowers. 2010, I made a note that we had so many deer, 95% of my plants had no flowers. They love those buds. It was like hostas practically. We have too many deer. About this time last year, I was walking along the Northern Tier Trail, just east of the bridge that's part of the Harrison Meadows Park. I counted 22 deer within about 150 feet of where I was standing. I could see two more to the north, and way over towards Abbott Road, I couldn't see the deer, but I could see their white tails bobbing, and there were about 5 of them over there. I figured that evening, in that small area, there were close to 30 deer. As one of the previous speakers mentioned, I think he said he counted 14 deer, and a little bit later, 2 bucks. Probably not on the same evening. I have seen that many deer at one time frequently. And if you got 2 bucks and 14 does, you know that next spring there's going to be at least 14 more, and probably with the twins, maybe 20 more. Anyway, I'm not in favor of deer in cities. I got an email from our neighborhood president, shall we call her. She forwarded some information that was put together by Ray Vlasin, who lives on Cricket Lane, and Ralph Monsma. They make about 6 different points, but I want to emphasize 2 of them that I highly agree with. Please, as City Council, view the deer problem as a localized problem. And I don't mean localized as in East Lansing, but a neighborhood issue. I live in the Tamara subdivision. There's the Harrison Meadow subdivision or general area, Cricket Lane. Someone mentioned Pinecrest area. We have a problem there. You know, to be a little bit humorous, but also quite truthful, I have more of a problem with deer poop in my yard than I have dog poop from people walking their dogs. My daughter asked me, "Are you going to go out there and clean it up, Dad?" Yeah, eventually. Second thing, again, first, is view this as a localized problem, please. Don't treat it as a city-wide problem. I'm sure there are people down in Flower Pot neighborhood who probably have deer problem. We've heard from other people in other areas that have problems, but I know downtown doesn't have much of a problem with deer, I'm sure. The second thing that I wanted to bring up was to not proceed with a citywide vote on deer culling. The majority of voters are likely to be unaware of the severity of the problem in localized areas. Ray and Ralph outline 4 or 5 other different things, primarily means to look at this problem, potentially solve the issue. I suspect you have all seen this. If not, I'd be glad to forward it on to you. That pretty much summarizes what I would like to say. Thank you. I appreciate your time tonight. Any questions?
Say your
Yes.
last name again.
Clark. Pardon me. I have trouble with the R's. C-L-A-R-K-E. Okay.
Next, we have Curtis Volmar.
How are you doing? Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Curtis Vollmer. I was born in the Flint area and went to high school at Grand Blanc and currently reside in Lansing. I have lived in Arizona, I have lived in Richmond, Virginia, and I've also spent a year volunteer teaching in Honduras. And I am currently using this year away from work to speak up about the plight of animals in this planet. I was not born into this way of thinking. I grew up hunting and fishing. Some of my earliest memories as a kid involved me, my grandfather, the fishing pole in our hand, my dad, shotguns, killing ducks, and this was how I was raised, and I was applauded by my family and other members of the community for acts of violence against animals. It used to be just like everybody else. Angela Davis, late great African American civil rights activist, said, and I quote, "The animals of this earth exist for their own reasons. They do not exist for humans any more than blacks for whites or women for men." This prevailing ideology that persists through our system is called speciesism, similar to racism, sexism, homophobia, classism. Speciesism has taught us that we're humans and they're non-humans and they don't have a right to exist, that they're lesser than us, that their lives don't matter, that they're meaningless, and since we're human, we can exploit them and do whatever we want to them. This line of thinking is the exact same line of thinking when it comes to racism, sexism, or homophobia. And to show you just how closely related these systems of discrimination, hatred, and violence work, one of the main arguments and justifications by the opposition is overpopulation. This was one of the main arguments used to uphold chattel slavery 400 years ago. If we grant them freedom, they'll overpopulate. If we let them go, they'll run the world. If we grant them freedom, they'll dominate and take over. And now here we are, 300, 400, 500 years later, using the same ridiculous justifications to oppress, exploit, and murder innocent beings. Humans have built homes, shopping centers, roads on this planet with almost no regard for the non-humans that exist with us. In our current rate of things, under our socioeconomic and political system, there'll be a strip mall from coast to coast. No room for anyone, human or non-human. We're currently living in the 6th great mass extinction event on Earth. It's estimated that of the animals on this planet, 36% are Homo sapiens, 60% are farmed animals that we forcibly breed into existence and then murder, Only 4% are wild, free-living animals. And that 4% gets smaller and smaller every year. What are we doing? And then we have the audacity to claim that some deer are the problem. We're the problem. We are the problem. This system that we're living in is the problem, and we're taking everyone down with us. Humane killing is not a thing. Humane rape is not a thing. Humane theft is not a thing. Humane child molestation is not a thing. Humane and these things do not go together. Pythagoras, mathematician 500 BC, said, and I quote, "As long as man continues to be the ruthless destroyer of lower living beings, he will never know health or peace. For as long as men massacre animals, they will kill each other. Indeed, he who sows the seed of murder cannot reap joy or love." Peace, justice, and equality and compassion amongst humans will never exist as long as we exploit animals at the rate that we're doing. And when we're looking at solutions, no matter what the problem may appear to be, I think that we should use peace, justice, compassion, and empathy as guiding principles, not violence. So what we're doing is not working. I urge City Council to take non-lethal methods, whatever it may be, or put this to a vote. I think that most people would claim that they care about animals, that they care about the environment, that they care about justice and equality. And taking a violent act is inherently biased. It's speciesist, it's human-centered, it's egocentric. We need to move beyond these ways of thinking for the betterment of our own species and for the animals that we share this planet with. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ralph Mansma? Ralph, are you here? Oh, okay. Jeffrey Lipinski? Also? Oh, sorry. I have Jeff already. Anna Fisher?
Good evening, City Council, and hello and welcome to the new members. My name is Anna Fisher. I live at 1657 Snyder Road, and it's the eastern end of the city, more rural than other parts of the city. The deer have been ravishing my shrubs and eating my plants. There's a pear tree in my front yard, and I can look out the window in the middle of the night and see deer there gathered eating pears. And yet, I stand in strong opposition to the deer call. I looked on the website to try to get some clarity about what's the whole purpose of considering the deer call. And I didn't find any clarity on the website about why this is being considered, but listening to a lot of the comments tonight, I think something has to do with the numbers. People are afraid of the numbers. There are getting to be too many deer. And the survey that the City Council commissioned, I think it was maybe in the spring of last year, 72% of the respondents said that the number of deer in East Lansing are too high. It is not correct to focus on numbers. We should instead be focused on what are the deer-related conflicts. What are the specific deer-related conflicts for which this call is going to correct? I was talking to my neighbors about the deer call, and someone said the numbers are too high, they're going to starve. It's really humane to kill them so they don't starve. This is not correct. We are not experiencing severe and prolonged winters of the kind that would result in deer starving. One of the deer management reports commissioned by the East Lansing City Council said that they were going to put a deer management tab on the city website. I looked all over the website and I did not find the deer tab. And then I entered into the search tab, deer management, and then all kinds of resources came up. But I think if we are considering killing these magnificent, beautiful animals, we have got to engage in public education and to have the deer information so hard to find on the city website. We aren't meeting the imperative to educate the public about what can be done. I really think if we're considering a lethal solution to this problem, we have got to exhaust all other alternatives, and public education, I don't think, has been adequately addressed. There was a question on the survey, something about, as it relates to deer, is your quality of life negative or positive? 22% said negative. If someone asked me if I had taken that survey, I would have said negative. But it's misleading because the question doesn't ask us what is our sentiment about killing deer. I've had a lot of negative experiences with deer, but I don't want to kill them. Many of the complaints, I understand, are about damage to our gardens. Again, I think there hasn't been enough community education about how to respond to this, and I'd like to suggest some ideas. There could be special public presentations that would be offered on deer-resistant gardening. Local gardening groups could be engaged, like the Wild Ones, a longtime group in Ingham County that specializes in native plants. There's also the Ingham County Conservation District. They have a big sale every spring and fall. And maybe the city could partner with the Conservation District and offer a sale on deer-resistant plants and shrubs. All the city floral displays can be used as demonstration gardens for deer-resistant gardening, using all deer-resistant flowers and shrubs. And maybe like me, you've already spent hundreds, maybe even thousands of dollars on landscaping and gardening, and so it's too late to consider what are the deer-resistant plants. And so the question becomes what kind of repellents to use. High school students could set up town study plots, have a deer-resistant garden plot next to a deer-attracting plot, plus various plots for testing different repellents, along with a control plot for comparison. Information gleaned from these studies could be put on the city website to educate on defensive gardening. I'm sure that we can achieve a reasonable, non-lethal solution for which the city can be proud. One that will bring about a harmonious relationship between the residents of East Lansing and the community wildlife. I urge you not to do we call it a deer call, but let's face it, let's tell the truth. It's killing. Thank you.
Thank you. The next is Rhea Lynn.
Thank you to the council for the opportunity to speak and for opening this up to the community to hear our opinions on the proposal to kill the deer of East Lansing. My name is Rhea Lynn, and although I'm not a resident of East Lansing, I lived here for several years in my teenage years, and my husband of 33 years, his entire family lived here for decades. He grew up in East Lansing, went to school in East Lansing. My children have stayed in the area, and we continue to participate in sporting activities, outdoor activities, golfing, doing things as a family in the East Lansing area because it's such a wonderful, thriving community. So I appreciate the opportunity to be able to talk about this issue. I looked on the website to try to see what the council has done to address the deer population and canvassing the opinions of other people in the community, and it does look like you've done a fair job of trying to survey and see what people's opinions are. And so one of the statistics was from 2018 to 2019, over 70% of the people that took the survey said that they preferred to put up signs, erecting signs, and also some kind of, have some kind of reflecting images on them that might scare the deer, or that they would want to have feeding of deer prohibited. And that number went up from 2018 to 2019 in those two categories. So in the years spans, more people preferred those two options over any other option, and it increased in that year. I do have some experience. I worked with the Department of Natural Resources for 15 years. I wrote deer hunting programs, bear hunting programs, so I don't have a bias, but I do want to say that I'm highly opposed to the idea that we would introduce into a highly populated human community the idea that we're going to allow hunters to come into our spaces of home, our spaces of kinship, our spaces of recreation, and unleash on the animals and wildlife that live here with firearms, with bows and armaments. Those things are not safe to use in this type of setting. There's the concern of where do we put our children? Are you going to close down the parks while you do this? Are my children going to run the risk of being on the ball field or being other people's children or family members or dogs or other animals, things that we care about? Are we going to have to hide in basements while this is happening? What's the likelihood of stray bullets hitting homes or people, let alone what it's going to do to devastation of the animals, to devastation of the wildlife that deserve a place to live, a place to be who they should be, animals worthy of their lives, just like we are. There are other people have mentioned that there are other options. I'm not sure why a cull or a mass killing is a proposed idea when there are, ways of controlling the animal population through sterilization, through immunizations that prevent pregnancies within those animals. Other people have mentioned, and I don't want to be repetitive, but when you, from working with the DNR, when you have populations of animals and you reduce those populations, that is a factor that brings those other animals into the area. So if deer leave, they're not going to be grooming down the plants. They're not going to be grooming down the trees. There's going to be food available for other animals, other species that maybe you don't want in your backyard, that are looking for those types of foraging or food. Maybe a deer is a better option than a different type of animal that's more predatory, that is looking for that type of foraging as well, or berries or things like that. During a cull, what is going to be the process during a cull? Are you going to honor the rights of landowners, or are you just going to encroach on people's properties that don't want their animals killed on their property? There are individual landowner rights here that are at stake. Are you going to, during this cull event, just allow trespassing, allow killing? What if an animal is harmed or in danger? It's harmed, but it's not killed. Can you imagine the trauma of a child finding a helpless, injured animal that hasn't been found by the cullers? What does that animal do, or what does that child do with that animal that's desperately in pain and agony, attempting to struggle and survive or get away? What do we do with that? I mean, I don't understand. I personally know that, I would like to see the board move this to a ballot issue, put it out to the people, but think more critically. think more deeply about things that are not on the survey, some of the things that I've just mentioned. There are some people here, everybody has an opinion, but like Anna said, not everyone is aware or capable of even coming to the city council to speak as the people here are. And so obviously the people that are here have an interest, maybe a polarized interest, but the community, overall community on a ballot might be a fairer process and not one that has such bias one way or the other. So in that respect, I'd like to just ask you all to, consider more compassionate, humane options ahead of any kind of culling or killing, and put it to the people to decide on a ballot issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Jonathan Berman.
Hello, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to address council. This was rushed. I don't have prepared. I have a bit of a different perspective, I think, although touches on a little bit of what was remarked upon earlier. I don't have anything to add on problem definition or alternatives analysis. I don't have the knowledge, the wisdom about it. I do live at 1951 Groton Way, which is adjacent to Henry Fine Park in the Pinecrest neighborhood. So I am concerned that in the event council decides to move forward and vote in favor of the deer cull, that I know what the impact is going to be. So obviously what was touched upon earlier involving public safety for me, my neighbors, of course, obviously I'm focused mostly on my kids, my two kids, and also sound. My son is a bit sensitive to high, loud noises. I just want to know when and where and what to do ahead of time. I figure it's reasonable. We'll probably be informed about what that is. I don't know if you guys know ahead of time right now as you're considering this, what those would be. And second point being cost. I don't know if this is already budgeted or if it's going to be focused on those people who do live in those areas where there are more deer, such as in my neighborhood. And then, well, I guess as an academic question, my wife wanted me to ask about what actually happens to the, after the cull, with, what happens with the deer after. That's all I've got. And also, I figure I probably should submit, formal questions so that way you can point me in the direction of that information.
Or, I was going to suggest, this is actually on our business agenda for later this evening, and we will probably all ask those questions if you can stick around,
Okay.
or you can watch it on television if you don't want to stick around. So I was going to ask very similar
Okay.
questions during the business part of the meeting, so.
Business part of the meeting. Okay, and that'll come up later. Thank you.
Yep. All right, I have Ray Vlassen. Are you still here, Ray? Yep.
Hi, I'm Ray Vlassen. I live at 1854 Cricket Lane, and I appreciate the opportunity to be with you. I have here material that was sent by John and Martha Coradist. I won't read it, but I'll simply underline the things that they wanted me to stress. They feel very strongly about the impact that the deer have had on their lives and on their property, and feel that the herds are very large, they're growing, and that the problems associated with that are very large and they're growing. And they're urging that the City Council take action to deal with the very large and growing herd. They have concluded that some sort of culling is an appropriate way to proceed in controlling the herd, in bringing this herd size down and then controlling it so that it's a healthy herd. They point out and stress the fact that there is risk associated with a large and growing deer herd, and they've experienced this risk. There's also risk that's posed to drivers, even though drivers who are confronted by the deer, or people walking on the trail or others are confronted by the deer, or they confront the deer, that the trauma associated with that doesn't go away. And it's an important issue even if they don't happen to collide with the deer. So more than anything else, they want to stress the fact that there's both health risks and there's driver risks. And that's in addition to landscape risk. Mrs. Corradis is a master gardener. She moved into her property in Harrison Meadows in, I think, it was either 2002 or 2003, and at the time we visited, since I'd been there since 1999, that I informed her about the need to be cautious about what she does landscaping-wise for the deer. And so she said, well, Ray, there's no problem here. I'll just plant all the deer-resistant varieties of things. Last year, we were at a social gathering together, and she says, Ray, I give up. The deer eat everything. All the things I thought that were deer-resistant are no longer deer-resistant. They've moved up the food chain. They really want a deer herd that is diminished in size, so it doesn't have so much impact, and then it is controlled to be a healthy deer population. So, I'm also here on behalf of the Executive Committee of the Harrison Meadows Association, and the Harrison Meadows Association Executive Committee, on behalf of the whole association, wanted to commend the council for its action on January 21 in voting down the citywide advisory vote. After all, it is a specific problem in specific areas, and they believe that the council should deal with the specific problems for those specific areas, and that they would feel that if the idea of a citywide vote is resurrected again, and if it's approved, that it would constitute a huge barrier to future action by the council, whatever that would be, to control the size of the population of the deer. Therefore, they want to urge you that the proposal for citywide advisory vote not be resurrected by the council. Also, and if I could share this with the council, please. Thank you so much. That they wanted me to emphasize several things, particularly that the number of deer are unrestrained, and the large number of young deer will be producing and expanding the population even more in the coming seasons. There will be a substantial bump up in the population between now and the time that it would be possible for the council to have a deer control program underway. They wanted me to point out that our people see clusters, 13 to 15 to 20 deers in the daytime in backyards of our property, that the deer, in fact, impact the areas by eating and destroying not only plants that they may have planted, but native plants and shrubs, and previously thought to be deer-resistant material. They wanted me to stress that the deer are now aggressively attacking old-growth shrubs and trees that previously were left untouched. And some of the members have talked about the fact that the property damages are now visible and substantial and will serve to significantly diminish the marketability of homes that have been affected for those who need to leave or wish to leave to a new location. Already there's been discussion about the number of near accident-related instances caused by the deer. It's not just in the streets, but it's also on the trails that pass through Harrison Meadows and in other parts of the city. You've heard enough about the deer excrement to know that it is a very real problem. It's not just troublesome, it is also a health problem. And the growing herd size and clusters will result in more deer infections and disease transmission among the deer, and for some diseases, greater risk to humans. There is such a thing as mutation in diseases. Diseases that earlier were thought not to affect human beings somehow figure out a way to become resilient and virulent and can make that gap, cross that gap. So our neighborhood association strongly supports the council moving forward to implement a deer reduction and control program so that we can have a healthy deer population. We know the action plan will be...
Sorry, Ray.
It's okay.
Trying to turn that off.
We know that the action plan that you come up with will be implemented by, will be based on strong scientific input and will be implemented by government agencies that are skilled and experienced in deer reduction and control. We know the areas for implementing the action plan will be carefully selected for safety purposes. I know the Fine Park was mentioned as an issue. We rest assured that there will be great care given to how any control program is implemented rather, and enforced, and what will be necessary for safety of people and others. And we stand ready as a Harrison Association to cooperate with the action plan that is developed. If you need a place to enter, if you need a place to lodge equipment, if you need a place to get a cup of coffee, well, you have people in the meadows that are implementing a deer control plan. We'll make our homes available for that. So, and we thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Glasson. Would anybody else like to speak about the deer? Come on up. You'll be after this gentleman here.
It's kind of funny. I was the first one here and put my card in, and I'm the last one to stand.
I didn't get your card.
That's okay. That's okay. Irving Tarrant.
Oh, I'm using your card.
Are you? You been writing on it? Good.
It's been very
good.
useful.
Good. Hey, there's Irving Tarrant, 1107 Whittingham Drive.
Gotcha.
Resident there a little over 35 years. George Lafkas beats me at 45 along my west side, and Pat Sheets beats me at over 50 across the street. You can see something, you can hear something. When Ray talks about it and others have talked about it, they're moving out behind the Pinecrest. This morning, 6. They come onto my deck, and George says, "Why don't you take a picture of them?" I said, "Because when I wake up and I hear them clopping out there, I know it's not Christmas, they're not reindeer, and I don't want to get out of bed, you know, but I hear them, I do hear them. And then, of course, in the morning with the snow, you see them, and the scat's there, and all those other things. I don't want to talk about, you know, the $10,000 in the yard and all that stuff. But read about Scotland right now. Scotland is full of deer, a major problem for the whole country of Scotland. It's a very, very interesting thing to look at. you know what? Something hit me tonight. I'm responding you're responding to a lot of wonderful comments by people and what they've said. It's an easy winter, and they're still there. I have to put a joke in. On Sundays, we, in our neighborhood, joke that the deer go over to ILO and get their eyes checked. Then they go over to Sherry Seddick and they pray a little bit. Then they come down the back, down the back and up Gilchrist, and they have brunch at our homes. And they lay down, they pick through, they eat the pachysandra. It's not a big deal. I don't get crazed about that. But I do think about this. I was walking in Harrison Meadows. A little girl, I came over the bridge, the little bridge over the drainage ditch. There's a little girl. She's about this high, 9 years old, 8 years old. She's got her hand out. She's feeding a deer. And she had a caregiver with her. And the caregiver, I realized, didn't understand what I was trying to say. And I went like this, no, 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 no. And I moved across the bridge and down. And that's when the 2 bucks went like this. And I thought, oh, I don't want to be down here. One was like a 2-year-old. They're real young, like someone said. We got a lot of young ones. The police, East Lansing police, will tell you how many are moving. And we had a joke, and they said to me once, don't drive them down Woodingham the way you are. They're going to hit somebody down on Harrison. And they walk. And this is an interesting thing. When Ray Vlassen and Ralph Monsma did that good piece and talk about particular problems, heavy-duty problems in certain areas, we get ours that move in that way. They come across, and they walk the consumer's power line down behind us, Woodingham to the rear, and Shaw Estates. So they walk that line. They do go right down. They cross over where the new pumping station is being built. And then they move down into the woods. Somebody spoke about the woods down there by the church across from Reno's in that area there. There they are, 10, 12 in there. I've got 6 to 8, sometimes as many as 10. I have a piece of fence that doesn't enclose me totally. And if you want to see something inhumane, it's when they try to jump the fence. It's terrible because they can't make it. And they bang against, a brown cyclone fence. The ones that go on the outside and walk down there can make it. Staff has studied this program for years. I laughed with one of our council members earlier because I think it started 10 years ago or so, 8 years ago. And I was one of the first ones along with Pat Sheets. And we went to the state of New York and got their programs and brought them here. And they're very expensive the way they have gone after deer. We need your help. We need your help. We don't know what to do. We're just citizens there. Our hands are tied. There's nothing else we can do. They're increasing. I'm giving you this perspective. They're increasing in when they move. They move all the time now. You can come home midday, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock. They're there. They're out in the back. It's not like early morning movement in the old days and late, darkening down movement in the night. They're moving all the time. And the sightings are increasing. And when you sit there and you think about it, we are overrun. And who, when, where do we determine that there are too many? I mean, what is that? Is it a number? Is it a feeling? I think it's a feeling. When you feel that their range is opened up. And when you go out in your yard and you go, shoo, 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 and you go like that, they go like, that's crazy. I mean, they don't run. They don't move. Many times they just stand there. They look at you. And you realize these deer are really, really tame. And they are wild animals, but they're very tame. And what they recognize is that they're not going to get hurt because nobody, under the rule of law in our town, can have a gun. So there is nothing going on like that. You can make all the noise you want. And homeowners in the neighborhood are what I think I hear a lot being talked about. And you can see it moving in certain areas. Harrison Meadows, oh my gosh. I've seen it, I've heard it back in the back of Sher Zedek, up in the Henry Fine area, the whole thing, just a lot. So they're now coming up closer, and so I think about the summer. I don't want them that close to me. If they would just go out and walk the line and go down, cross over, and go in the woods, that'd be fine. But they are in the yard. They split themselves. And we all worry about chronic disease, and there's a lot of bucks moving with the herds. They're young herds now. They got real young deer moving with them. Going to be a lot more deer. It's unquestionable. We'll see it. And, you have the ticks and other things. And I wanted to say something about, my neighbors and I talking. We are in the heart of older neighborhoods. Pinecrest is an old neighborhood in East Lansing. It's not a new thing. We're not out on the vast edges behind Myers up there, where the credit union is. We're not there. We're down in the neighborhood. And we do see the crippled deer, the three-legged deer, the deer with the broken legs. Those deer, you wonder about them. And you wonder what should happen. I thought the Vlasin Monsma piece was right on. I think they did a good job, very informative. As I said, our neighborhood is now part of their new, what we call the woods, the range. That's their range now. They're using it. We need help. You can help us. Please do. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we had two people in the back. Hang on, one. Yep, sir.
Hi, Chris Barton, 1325 Lilac. I'm a member of the Red Cedar Community Association. I'm on the board. I'm not here representing the board, but that's my neighborhood, Flower Pot, Ivanhoe. It is a rare day for me and most of my neighbors not to have an encounter with a deer in your yard or in the street somewhere. And it wasn't like that 15 years ago when we moved in. Sure, you'd see them, especially in the evening or in the early morning, but it's very, very frequent now. I don't want to take up more of your time about the issues of landscape damage and so on that other people have mentioned. But some parts of the city probably are not nearly so affected as ours. And I think a solution that would reduce the deer herd, the pressure on we humans, would be welcomed by my neighbors. One reason I didn't fill out a card is I was late getting here. It was our neighborhood night out. The reason more people from my neighborhood are not here or not talking about it that much is because we kind of look at each other and say, well, it's just our neighborhood, and there are a lot of people who feel that it would be, murdering Bambi, and that we're not going to really be heard. So I thought I would come and speak and say that I'm not alone in that. I think that, you can coordinate with other government agencies, other towns and cities nearby, and that culling and coexisting can be part of the same idea and same way of living. It's not that I want all kinds of deer killed. It's just I want to be able to enjoy my property and neighborhood with less hazard. And that's what I think a lot of my neighborhoods would also say.
Thank you. Anybody else? Sir? Right after him. I'm sorry, I didn't see you. You gotta pop up. Right after this gentleman. You're up.
Oh, thank you.
Yes.
John Rivette, Bailey neighborhood, North Bailey. Actually, we call it Lantern Hill Park. I have a phone full of pictures if you want anecdotal evidence of all the deer, but I won't speak to that. Other options, if they exist, are fine, but like most of you, I attended the community deer management meeting in September 26, when we heard from different professionals and experts, and other meetings over the last several years. The idea of sterilization or other things would be fine if it's realistic, but we were told those aren't realistic. My idea was, let's create a deer park. So everybody who wants to see the deer could go to the park. I'd help figure out how we would bring them there. Education's great, and I'd like you to do so, but as someone who did the MSU Master Gardener training years ago, I know there's no such thing as deer resistant exactly. There's deer broccoli, there's deer spinach, and there's deer candy. But they get desperate enough, they'll do the spinach or broccoli even if our former president wouldn't do so. I really ask you again, look at the science of this, look at what professionals tell us about this, look at what other communities have done. Try something. If you want to do bow and arrow instead of guns, I'm all in favor. For those that didn't attend those meetings, it's my understanding we're only talking about trying this in a couple parks, doing so in the middle of the night, letting people know. It's not like you're going to walk down Bircham or Saginaw with hunters. These are professionals that are going to be paid who know what they're doing. I think it's time that the city looks at this scientifically in a serious way, and I'm opposed to the idea of the vote, just like I'm opposed to the Iowa caucuses. It won't be helpful because you're asking people who never see deer, who live South Bailey by the downtown, as well as people north of Saginaw. And I think at the last meeting of Lansing, was his name, he very well spoke to this, and ELI reported that it really is a foolish way to go. You were elected, you need to make a decision, it's time to vote. I would say, just do it. It isn't a once and only time. You have this cull, see how it works. If it turns out to be a bad idea, don't do another one. But as we know, Meridian Township, Grosse Ile, and I could name for a number of cities in Michigan and throughout the Midwest have done deer culls, deer kills. And it's just time to do something. We can't be climate change deniers. We can't be deer herd deniers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Good evening, Council. Thank you for this opportunity, and thank you for all the time you're expending listening to the citizens about this concern. My name is Veronica Wilkerson Johnson. I live at 915 Darlington Avenue in the Pinecrest subdivision. And for 8 years, a number of years ago, I had the great privilege of being a planning commissioner. So during that time that I was on the planning commission, the northern tier had a wonderful wetlands preserve. It was home to many species, many wild animals of wildlife, all kinds of plants. A good number of those were deer and many others. And I'm not saying that that was the only reason that taking out a lot of the northern tier and building upon it is the reason that we have a proliferation of deer going now into the neighborhoods, but it did contribute, one of the unintended consequences. I think that culling is wrong. I think that we should have a symbiotic relationship with nature. It's one of the things that makes it great to live in mid-Michigan for those of us who came from other parts of the state where they don't see deer at all, and yet we see too many. And some of it is our fault. I would like to suggest alternative ways of looking, other options. There are a number of cities around America who are looking at more deer preserves, for instance, and some even transport groups of deer to other areas. You know, they herd them up and take them to a different setting, or they develop another preserve locally. If we don't have the space to do that, the idea of sterilization, I've heard someone say, may not be the best idea. But what I would also like to suggest is perhaps you want to create a committee or ad hoc group of citizens, people like myself who have an interest in doing the research and then reporting back options and ideas that might be helpful. And then you can make a more educated decision on what would be best, but I think it is inhumane to kill the wildlife. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, I had one citizen email me, she sprained her ankle and just asked me to read her letter, and I asked the city attorney if that would be appropriate, and he said it's within the rules. So this is from Mr. and Mrs. Contreras, Beth and Miguel Contreras. Honorable Mayor and council members, I am unable to attend the meeting tonight, so I'm requesting this letter be read in my absence. My husband and I are both adamantly opposed to culling the deer population. She puts culling in quotation marks. We reside in White Hills Estates, which is one targeted area in past discussions regarding the deer population. We enjoy the nature areas, parks, and wildlife, including the deer. First, to use the term cull is deceptive. According to Merriam-Webster, the term cull is defined as to select from a group, damaged fruits are culled before produce is shipped. To reduce or control the size of something such as a herd by removal by hunting or slaughter of weak or sick individual members of the herd. Something rejected especially as being inferior or worthless. Clearly, what is being suggested for East Lansing does not fit any of these definitions. Should anything further be discussed on this subject, I hope you will use the accurate and non-deceptive word of kill, because that is what it would be, simply killing these animals because some residents feel they are a nuisance. This is not a cull, and to call it that would be misleading to voters. I've seen the concerns on the Facebook survey, car accidents, chronic wasting disease, ticks, etc. I've also seen the large number of responses for nuisance. Even if we kill all the deer in East Lansing, we only have to drive 1/2 mile down Hazlet Road or Saginaw to be just as at risk of a vehicle deer collision. So is removal of the deer in East Lansing really going to reduce car accidents? At a minimum, I believe there should be some sort of study done to support the killing of the deer. That we know of, there have been no cases of chronic wasting disease in East Lansing, so killing the deer for that reason would be unwarranted. Mice are as big a carrier of ticks as the deer, and again, with so many deer in the bordering communities, is killing of all the deer in East Lansing going to eliminate mice and or ticks from moving into East Lansing? Absolutely not. It's my belief many who would like the deer killed find them to be a nuisance to their gardens, etc. There are so many other methods to manage that. I certainly hope some of those options are considered before this drastic and likely unsuccessful solution. So she goes on, but generally, I think you get the idea. Anybody else like to speak? Okay, so now we move on to 2.2 or 2.3, which is communications from the mayor and council members. I'll start with you, Councilmember Meadows. Yeah, sorry, he's like right there. I'll start with. Are you ready to go, Mark?
Yeah, I am
Okay.
actually. I just got to find what I was going to make reference to here.
The deer call item is on the agenda for later today as well. In the stick around for it. I know.
So I wanted to bring to people's attention, if I could find it, for our members of our community who live in Clinton County. You know, we've had the East Lansing Recycles event for many years, but for Clinton County residents, there is this year going to be a Clinton County sort of a similar program, and they're calling for volunteers to work the program just like we do in the city of East Lansing. It is going to be on April 25th. It's called the Clean Community Event. I will ask that we put this information in our newsletter for those Clinton County residents who want to. April 25th. And there is a cost involved in some of the disposal, but we have that in our Recycle East Lansing event as well. And I'll ask that be put in there. But I just wanted to give you a heads up that they're looking for volunteers. It's April 25th. And for those residents in Clinton County, it might be a little bit earlier time to get rid of all that junk you've accumulated in your garage and need to get rid of. So that's all I've got.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens?
Just wanted to point out really quickly that we have today in our city an incredible civil rights activist and just all around change maker to this day, Dr. Joanne Bland. There was an event that was sponsored by the Mid-Michigan MLK Commission, RHRC, and also MSU-FCU. I got the incredible opportunity to speak with her just a little bit before the event began and attend the first part of her talk. It was at 6, and this meeting started at 7. But her recounting the March in Selma, and I think, and I've had the very rare opportunity to hear different different iterations of that story, but with the, I want to say with the pure force of her words and the amount of detail that she went into without fear was very telling. And it showed a different side of a story that I've heard a few times now. And so just a kudos to the commissions that made it happen, MSU, FCU, because they continue to bring incredible people into our community. And they do so because they have a record of representing us that well. So just as a note to that, thank you to her for coming. Thank you for the commissions for putting that event on.
Councilmember Gregg?
I just wanted to call everybody's attention to a couple of cultural events that are happening, not this week, but next week. Previous to my election, I served on the East Lansing Arts Commission. I am now their liaison. One of the things that commission does is dispense a small amount of money in terms of cultural grants to different applicants that are specifically engaging community art experiences. So on February 19th at the East Lansing Library, there's going to be a concert that was partially funded with money from that grant system by Josh White and Reggie Harris in honor of Black History Month, called Brothers in Story and Song. So if you can go and check that out, that would be awesome. We also have an artist coming into Scene Metro Space that was sponsored by the Arts Commission using Percent for Art money, which is a different pool of funds with very specific rules regarding how it can be regulated, but that's also going to be an amazing show, which opens February 21st with an artist talk and a demonstration. The artist's name is Keith Sicola Jr. You can check him out on his website. He's very great.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm having my first constituent coffee hour this coming week, Sunday, at the Grand Traverse Pie Company. If you know anything about me, you know I like coffee and pie. Coffee and anything sweet. So there will be a little something if you can stop by, 2 to 4 p.m. on Sunday. Discuss anything, discuss deer, discuss things we haven't mentioned yet at the council. I would also like to express thanks from the Transportation Commission. The Transportation Commission had identified a problem for pedestrians on Grand River Avenue walking between People's Church and Abbott, where the scaffolding is for the new construction. At the end of the day, the construction crews were sometimes leaving barricades up over the over the sidewalks. So MDOT's plan for this was that people would sort of play Frogger, if you will, and they would skibble from People's Church to that little grassy island in the middle of the Michigan Avenue Grand River split, and then they would skibble across to the university, and then they'd skibble back. This wasn't working well, but when Transportation Commission raised the issue, we were thankful that Scott House got on it, and now you can walk through that area. So thank you.
Thank you. You have one more thing? I did. I forgot, but remembered when Councilmember Babcock mentioned her coffee hour. I will be at the library for my regular scheduled office hours. I'm trying to do that every second and fourth Friday from 1 to 4 at the East Lansing Public Library. So if you are in the area and want to stop by, I will be there, camped out in their cafe.
Pilus.
Yes, with no pie. Sorry.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens?
Sorry, I have one more thing, and it's just because Councilmember Babcock mentioned the Transportation Commission. This is a very nitpicky thing. I've talked to the city manager about this. I think we need to put a stop sign at the intersection of Bailey Street and Albert Street. That intersection has a big lack of visibility. The Bailey neighborhood has expressed that a few times, the need for it. I pass by it a lot with work now. The paint is fading just a little bit on the crosswalk itself. There are cars kind of going down. There's stoplights and or stop signs on each street on Albert near our downtown. I just think it's a safety hazard, especially because it's the main entrance into our downtown, into that area. So I just really want to see that done. And I know that the Transportation Commission has been looking into it for some time, but I do think it's an important thing. We had an instance, the Bailey Neighborhood Association, when I was at their last meeting, made an instance that, people are worried even if they do have the right of way as a pedestrian, cars are still moving, cars might stop anyway because they think that there should be a stop sign there. It's just confusing, and I think it's a safety issue. So make that little plug, nitpicky, but still.
Thanks. I don't think safety's ever nitpicky.
Yes.
I
know, I'm the worst.
I just have one thing. I spoke to quite a few members of the community about the Public Safety Citizen Review Committee. We've talked about it a few times, and I just want to let people know, because I did tell most people I talked to that we would have something in the works within the next month. So the Mayor Pro Tem and I both have been working on a version of a draft, which we are going to be talking about, I think, in February or March. So I just want to let people know it is coming. The idea is to find a group of people that will do the work to study what works in other communities so that we can adopt something that will work in East Lansing. Okay, next we are on to City Manager's report. We took care of that. Thank you.
No report.
Do you need a break, Mr.? Okay.
No report. Thank you.
City Attorney's report.
Thank you. Mercifully, no report this evening.
Thank you. And now we're going to scribble ahead to 4.1.
That's a technical transportation.
The consent agenda. Mr. City Manager.
Yes, we have the following items on the consent agenda for council's consideration. Item 4.1, approve the following appointments or reappointments to boards and commissions. A, Chris Conn to Commission on the Environment for a full term ending December 31st, 2023. B, Alex Smith to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission for a full term ending December 31st, 2023. C, Jennifer Ferguson to the Housing Commission for a full term ending December 31st, 2023. 4.2, approve a traffic control order for the placement and enforcement of TCO number 483. 4.3, approve a street closure request for the southbound lane of West Road from 10 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. on Sunday, March 22nd, 2020 for Ronald McDonald House of Mid-Michigan's Run for the House 5K and 10K. 4.4, approve a conditional Class 1 rental license at 210 North Lawn, allowing one roomer to reside with the owner and owner's family. The owner applicant is Morgan Plummer. 4.5, approve a conditional Class 3 rental license allowing up to 2 unrelated persons or a family to occupy the dwelling unit at 600 Albert Street, Unit 510 in Albert Place condominiums. The owner is Chien Chen, Bryan, Texas, and the local legal agent is Brenda LaRue Patino, Remax, Grand Ledge, Michigan. Item 4.6, authorize the Department of Public Works to close the Bailey Surface Lot, City Hall West Lot, City Hall North Lot, Lot 8, Albert Avenue from the entrance of Albert Avenue Garage to Bailey Street, and MAC Avenue from the East Lansing Marriott entrance to the Grand River Avenue intersection from 2 a.m. on May 15 to 10 p.m. on May 17, 2020 for the East Lansing Art Festival. Also, to authorize the use of amplified sound and regulation of vendors during the East Lansing Art Festival. Item 4.7, authorize the Department of Public Works to close Albert Street from the entrance of the Albert Street parking ramp to the entrance of the CVS parking ramp, Lot 16, MAC Avenue from the south end of the Marriott driveway to Albert Street, and the Grove Street alley from Albert Street to the private parking lot behind Ellis Teco, from 2 a.m. June 19th to 12 p.m. June 21st, 2020 for the Summer Solstice Jazz Festival. Additionally, authorize the use of amplified sound regulation of vendors during the Summer Solstice Jazz Festival. Item 4.8, approve a resolution declaring February 2020 Census Awareness Month in the City of East Lansing. Item 4.9, introduce and set a public hearing for February 25th, 2020 to consider Ordinance 1482, an ordinance to alter the definition of to harass in the Code of the City of East Lansing. Item 4.10, introduce and refer to Planning Commission Ordinance 1483, an ordinance to rezone the properties at 3400 West Road from OIP Office Industrial Park District to conditional M1 Industrial District and B5 Community Retail Sales Business District and 3401 Coolidge Road from OIP Office Industrial Park District to B5 Community Retail Sales Business District, and add on item 4.11. Approve the purchase of a LifePak heart monitor defibrillator from Stryker for $42,570.35 and authorize the city manager to sign. Those are all the items on the consent agenda for council's consideration.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Well, would anybody like anything removed from the consent?
Yes,
My bad.
4.5.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
4.5.
4.5. Anything else? So you want to move the consent agenda?
I will move the
with
consent
4.5
agenda without
removed?
4.5.
Second? Anybody in a second? Seconded by Councilmember Gregg.
I just had a quick question. I am all for designating February 2020 as Census Awareness Month, but have we also designated this as African American History Month within the city of East Lansing?
I don't know if we've taken that action.
If we haven't, can we have a resolution doing that on the next agenda?
Certainly.
Thank you.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we will move 4.5, we have adopted the consent agenda. We're going to move 4.5 to the first item on the business agenda, but first, we're going to take a 5-minute break. So 5 minutes on that clock gets us to 10 o'clock straight up. Kidding. not care. It doesn't matter to me. All right, we are back in session. That works just like in second grade. I say bang, everybody sits down. All right, so we are moving on to number 4.5. I'll read slowly, hoping that Councilmember Meadows comes back in. To
Just keep going.
This is his thing, right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, so maybe.
Okay, so we'll go on to 5.1, consideration of an annual deer cull as part of the effort to manage the deer population in the city of East Lansing. And I believe Ms. Kathy DeChambeau is our staff person.
Hi, Kathy.
Hello. So I provided you with a memo with a timeline. I'm going to try to pull that up here real quick. Is she got it? Okay. I will let you do that.
He'll be back.
So I don't want to go item by item through this timeline. The purpose of providing the timeline is to give you some sense of the history, nearly a decade of looking at this subject and doing work in this area. And so I think that what I would really like to do is answer all the questions that you may have at this point, and also remind you of some of the really significant activities that have occurred. So this initially, the look at deer management in the city initially started with some resident concerns back around 2011. A survey was issued, and about 230 people responded to that. And we're able to compare our more recent surveys with those responses back then, and then also the information that we've gathered at community meetings from residents who have attended that to sort of gauge what the temperature is towards deer management, and what areas of deer management people are in favor of, and what areas they may not be as in favor of. And like you heard from many people in the audience tonight, where you live can impact tremendously how you feel about this, where you live in the city. So you may see a lot of deer, or you may not see many deer at all. And so we've tried to capture sort of the entire city in those community meetings, and getting feedback from the community, and then having our survey online as well and on our deer management page for many years now. So I just want to point out that we held our first community deer management meeting in 2014. We provided you with a summary along with a summary presentation. And in that same year, the city adopted the prohibition against feeding deer in the city, which was ahead of the state's prohibition on feeding deer. We also talked to you back when chronic wasting disease, and when I say you, I mean City Council. Some of you weren't here, but we talked to you when chronic wasting disease was discovered in Meridian Township, and the DNR was conducting disease surveillance, and the idea of doing disease surveillance, a cull within a couple of our park systems was brought to council back then. While there was a change made in the ordinance, ultimately council did not decide to follow the DNR suggestion for a disease surveillance cull so that they could test deer taken from East Lansing. So the only deer that have been tested in East Lansing are the roadkill that we've transported to the DNR on our own. So.
And has there been any reports of the disease from
I'm sorry?
Said and the follow-up from those testing? Has there been any reports of the disease?
No, not within East Lansing. And we were careful we had to track exact locations where those deer were found, so. Additional data collection that has occurred in the city has been quite extensive. So in addition to surveys, we have been doing herd counts, both through citizen science and through our partners with MSU. The fisheries and wildlife staff there are very invested in this program and have been. Some of them have been involved since 2012, so they're very familiar with what we've done and have been a tremendous help to us. USDA Wildlife Services has also been a partner since that time, has the Michigan DNR. And so we've had some really tremendous partners helping us through this. We've been tracking cases of Lyme disease in Ingham County, obviously deer vehicle collision, We have looked at deer exclosures in 2 of our parks. We still have those installed. We have done a deep dive into programs in similar cities, in unlike cities, in other states. We've looked at what everyone's been doing. We have looked at the feasibility of other control methods. So while some of the new council members have not heard a presentation on birth control and the pros and cons, other councils have, and that information is all readily available to you. And we can talk about that more tonight too. Sterilization has been discussed, as relocation, fencing. We've even talked about tagging deer with reflective material so that they can be seen more readily on roadways. We've given updates to City Council. There have been 2 so far this year, and they've been at very regular intervals. So, our most recent activities this year included another community meeting in October, and also we had trail cams installed all over our park systems and in a couple of private yards where we had reports that there was a lot of activity, and we really wanted to capture that activity on a trail cam. And so we have data now. We have data that tells us how many fawns we're seeing in certain areas, and how many bucks we're seeing in certain areas, and how many does we're seeing in certain areas. And it's not the same across the city. It's very different in different places. We're also seeing when deer are active at different times, day and night, and that's very helpful information as well. So this sort of body of data helps inform decision making. It gives you a lot to work with and a lot to think about, and hopefully it has given you some food for thought to ask me some additional questions tonight. So that's really what I'm here to do. I'm hoping that you have some questions for me and we can answer those questions.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, I hear you have 4 questions.
I have 4 questions for you, and possibly sub-questions. I know, I'm the worst. So cost-wise, what are we looking at? City of Ann Arbor is obviously a much bigger city, but they're looking at like 180 per year, and they do some different measures as well. So.
Certainly, and so ultimately, we're going to have to talk about what this would look like. We do know that we would not be able to conduct a call with USDA Wildlife Services until December of this year. That's the earliest.
That's my second question.
So I'm going to answer. I'm going to answer them all in one.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm going to go straight through. So that's the earliest that we would be able to. They are completely booked up, and they stop conducting those services once spring hits. So December is a good bet for us, and they are willing. We asked for a cost estimate based on if we were to start in a small way, and so if we looked at 3 to 4 areas in the city that we have concerns about, and if we looked at doing 2 to 3 evenings, and that would be it. And so we would get a license through the DNR for a number up to a certain number that we thought was reasonable, and that's a number that we can work on with our MSU partners, with USDA Wildlife Services, based on what we're seeing in trail cam data, all of those things that look like a reasonable number, and that would be a very conservative start, and that would be just under $6,000.
Okay.
And that's talking about for USDA Wildlife Services to come in and conduct that call. You do not. One thing that's really important to note is that they don't charge by the deer. That would not be okay, because they are focused on safety, and they are focused on not taking any action in the midst of a call that is not safe and not right at the time. So if the conditions are not right, if things are not coming together in a particular evening, they may not take a shot. They may not even make an attempt. And that's really important to note, I think.
So I just want to put it out there for residents. So there's no possibility if we were to go through USDA sharpshooters, there's no possibility of a deer call happening before this summer occurs, correct?
December.
Yeah. No, I just want to point that out, because that was an issue of concern where we didn't want to do a ballot because people said, well, then we're going to have to endure a summer of the deer, and in reality, even if we were to vote yes today, we would still have another summer where there would not be a deer call.
That is correct.
Okay. The third question now, because you answered it, is After reports of food banks no longer taking venison because of risks of disease, has that been mitigated? Because obviously the suggested motion had language in there suggesting that we do give that to food banks.
Correct. So I did talk with the DNR, and they still will push us to donate and work with food pantries. And what they will want to do is test the meat, but they'll want it to be held safely and stored safely, and conduct the tests that need to be conducted prior to releasing that meat to a food bank.
Okay. And just, are there food banks in the area that are taking venison? We have Meridian Township that's doing a call as well, obviously. So.
Right, so we can work with their organizations. Sportsmen Against Hunger is one organization that we've talked to in the past about helping us with this, and we would reach out and look for those. So we're talking about something happening in December, and so, to say right now, yes, I think that wouldn't be a problem. I don't think it would be a problem in the future, but we would have to look at that. But that is something that the DNR feels very strongly about and would want connected to our license.
Okay. Interesting. And then, my last question was actually on an alternative with what Meridian Township is doing to the bow program, but that was mostly, honestly, a concern of cost. So I will refrain from going down that track.
Okay, if you have any other questions?
I do.
Councilmember Meadows? Nope. Councilmember Babcock?
I didn't have one.
Oh, no, go ahead, Jesse.
One of the residents that I spoke with today suggested that we concentrate the call on bucks so that we don't have the side effect of leaving orphaned fawns to go through the winter, which, made my heart a little happier. Would that be possible? I mean, is it possible to be that scientific about the animals that are taken out in the call, or is that just a level of precision that's not possible?
It is a level of precision that couldn't be included in our license if we so choose that. I would also talk with our partners about whether that is a real concern about fawns being left that late into the winter. That might not be the concern that you think it is.
Right, okay.
Biologically.
Right, got it.
And I would want verification of that if
I
that's a concern.
I would appreciate some more information on both of those things.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
May I?
Yes.
Do we have any plan to track information from this? How many deer are culled? How many deer are actually killed every year? And location where they're shot, that sort of thing? I mean, something we could look at in a year or two and evaluate whether it's working, whether to continue?
That would be mandatory, I think. Okay. That's something that you would have to do, because otherwise how do you determine success of a program? The other thing is we've already talked to our partners, so MSU is willing to reinstall the trail cams in those same locations so that we can compare that baseline that we had pre-call and then look at, so what does it look like now? Are we seeing changes? I think it's also really important to talk to residents in those areas and say, are you seeing a difference? Is this what you expected to see? Are you not seeing a difference? I think any expectation that somehow we are not going to see deer in the city of East Lansing is unrealistic. We will still see deer in East Lansing. It's really about, has our social carrying capacity reached a maximum level in some areas of the city, and does that need some relief? And in that people may still want to see deer, they may not want to see the impacts that they're seeing currently with the numbers in particular areas that they're seeing. So,
okay. And that leads to my question. You were talking about the social carrying capacity for deer, not for humans. Is that what you meant?
That our carrying capacity, our ability to say, we like seeing deer in the city.
Oh, I see.
And we're good with seeing deer in the city. Moving towards some of the questions that we've asked on the survey, try to tease that out. So the question may be, I like seeing deer, and I'm not concerned about what problems they may bring. I like seeing deer, but I am becoming concerned. I don't like seeing deer because I'm seeing only negative effects. Those kinds of questions. And so when you start seeing those scales really starting to tip towards a negative or a concerned answer, then that capacity may be fairly constricted.
Okay, my question was about the actual capacity of the deer. So if a population is this big right now, this is my concern about the culling. So I'm afraid that we're promising people something that is not going to have any effect. Because we have this many deer now because of the conditions we have. If we reduce that by 10% because we shoot them, then it'll grow back to where it was, because that's obviously where it'll survive at that size. And then if we kill it by another 10%, it'll come back. If we kill it by 20%, it will come back. The only way for it to not come back is to make it an inhospitable place for them to come back to. I don't know how you do that.
So what you're talking about is more biological carrying capacity.
Right.
So you're talking
I heard
about
carrying capacity, I got excited.
So, and you know, we live in an area that has abundant food sources, has no predators, has you know, good places to live, pretty well protected places to live. So all of that is true. And sometimes you hear this idea of a rebound effect, that if you do reduce the population by a certain amount, and we've talked with our MSU professors, our MSU partners extensively about that, and what studies they understand about that. And when you have this biological carrying capacity that is very rich in our community, you already have deer that are having twins and triplets. We have evidence of that. So they're very comfortable here. They're already at that stage of development. That's something that sometimes you see when that biological carrying capacity is far diminished. So sometimes you will see that ability to rebound or having twins and triplets. The deer in East Lansing are already doing that.
Okay.
So.
Thank you. Councilmember Meadows.
Go ahead.
The question there. No, I was going to make a motion, but go ahead.
So two questions I've heard a lot about. People have asked me why the deer can't be just gathered up and moved, and I know you answered that in an email to me. Perhaps you could share that.
Sure. So deer have a uniquely fragile nervous system, as I understand it. And as I provide you with these answers, I hope you know that I'm not a deer expert, but I'm providing you the answers that have been given to me through our partners who are experts in the field, and we've asked these questions extensively. Oftentimes they will die in transport. They will die in the process of catching because they have this fragile nervous system. And they often will not make it. So there is mortality that happens as a result. Another reason we cannot move animals is that the DNR will not allow us to relocate. So there's a problem in the actual capturing and moving of the animal, and there is a bigger problem in the fact that we're not allowed to relocate them.
And something else that's come up for years, I mean, back into the 1990s, has been a prospect of deer birth control. There have been talk about shooting deer with darts that would give them chemical birth control for the does. There have been communities that, I believe in the Hudson River in New York, that have tried to capture the does and give them hysterectomies. There's talk about sterilization of bucks. Perhaps you could explain why those aren't feasible for us at this time.
So currently there are two methods of birth control, two chemical birth controls that are federally approved but not approved in the state of Michigan, so they're not allowed to be used here.
Okay.
I can tell you PZB and Gonacon are the two methods. Those would have to be darted or somehow placed, injected in a deer, captured and injected or darted in some way. Meat from those deer would then be very compromised and not safe for human consumption. So you would have to think about the fact that we are not a fenced-in community, correct? So deer move, and they may move to other communities, and they may move to a community where hunting is allowed. And unless that deer was very visibly banded, how would you know that had taken place? The fact that we're not a fenced-in community and deer will move through our permeable boundaries also means that while you may dart 40 or 50 or 60% of those deer, what happens to the new ones that move in, and how are we tracking that, and how are we controlling for that? I believe that Ann Arbor's using ovarianectomies, so they're capturing and sterilizing through the removal of ovaries. There is mortality that is involved in that too, both in the capture and both in the in the surgery of that. So that is a concern.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes. Sure.
So one point was, Kathy mentioned a price, and I didn't want to infer that we would only spend $6,000 on the program. That was for a very limited look at a call with very specific parameters. If we were to be authorized to do that, we would look at the numbers recommended, and we would likely budget higher in case that number exceeded that. So, we would just plan to budget some number of $20,000 or something to give us some room, to be able to have some room to make sure we were doing the right level of call, potentially. The other issue was the issue of safety that was raised by people in the community a number of times. Back when we were looking at this issue, we actually sat down with the USDA sharpshooters and had an extensive discussion with our police department, Public Works, Parks, and the city manager's office, and talked about the safety, the procedures they used. And after that full discussion, we were all very satisfied that it could be done in a way that is extremely safe for the community, extremely safe, no concerns about it, and also where it was basically going to be largely invisible to anyone in the community. No loud gunshots, nothing of that nature. So the way they do it is they do this all over the country, and most people never even know what's going on because of that. So,
thank you. Councilmember Meadows.
I do have a motion. I move to authorize the city manager to conduct a deer management program which may include but is not limited to utilization of the United States Department of Agriculture's professional sharpshooters, and to engage others to ensure, where feasible, donation of venison when determined to be safe for eating to local food pantries, and subject to appropriate notification to the East Lansing community of the management program to be utilized prior to commencement of the program.
Just for clarification, can you read just the first part of that again? Sorry.
I move to authorize the city manager to conduct a deer management program.
Okay, so you didn't say call deer management program.
It was used interchangeably in everything that I read, and I think it is a deer management program, so that would include lethal attempts, but it also is flexible enough to include other methods if those become available and recommended and the city manager feels they are appropriate. So
Okay.
I didn't want to limit it to
Yeah,
one
I
thing,
just
like
wasn't-
the item that we had in our thing.
Okay. Just more clarification before we go to the second. Is it, I'm getting tired. Would only the cull have to go through USDA, and if we did other things, it wouldn't have to go through USDA the way that you've written it?
Well, as I understand it, it is the USDA that actually conducts the sharpshooter call. So that's one element of what would be permitted if we put together a deer management program. It could include other things
Okay, that's fine.
that wouldn't include them.
Is there a second?
A second?
So I have a couple of...
Moved and seconded. We'd like to have some
Yeah,
discussion on
I have a
it.
couple of questions, and then I'd like some comments. But so under this, so I guess my concern with this is, or that motion specifically, is that deer management, obviously, like, we can include a heck of a lot more in that than normal. Would we have to? I mean, would this be a budget process? I'm looking maybe at the city manager. I mean, would this be a budget process conversation on what methods are going to be included in this, or is this something that would have to come back to council? Because what I don't want to happen is, no offense to you or or any member of the city staff, but what I don't want to happen is we say deer management program and a lot can fall under that, and I would rather have the public informed about anything that we're doing.
yeah. So we can discuss certainly during the budget process what we would be budgeting specifically for that. I mentioned the number of $20,000 because we believe that was a reasonable estimate for a USDA sharpshooting hunt call. But we also did not have any intention at this point about recommending to council or implementing anything besides a USDA call at this point. So anything beyond that, we would be talking to council.
Okay, understood, but under that ballot language, by all technicality, you could, without another approval by council.
Under this language,
yes,
they don't need
Okay.
to come back to council.
All right. I just wanted to...
But in terms of your other question, this would require the community to be informed of exactly what the program is going to be, which I think was one concern of one individual who spoke at the podium, but clearly was the intent of what we just heard from city staff. So it would mean that, when we do identify the particular parks, before this program would be implemented, it would require that the people in the community be notified of what we plan on doing and where those locations would be.
I understand that completely. Again, my concern is really just over the fact that this is a very highly contested issue, and I think it's, for however many conversations that we have here at this council table, however many people come up, there are about 100 more that probably have opinions on every of the other ways that we can manage the deer population. So I do have concern with the open-endedness of that. But.
Okay. Anybody have any more?
I do want to speak a
Sure.
little bit on the motion. This is a very, we start, when I was reelected in 2015, maybe you heard about it in 2014, but I wasn't on council at the time.
2012, you've been talking
Clearly we had a division within the community as to what we should be doing. But I will say that having campaigned in 2015 and then campaigned for the school bond and then campaigned for the income tax a couple of times over that time period, and just recently obviously campaigning to get reelected, I saw a distinct difference at the doors in terms of the response and the volunteering of information and requests to control the deer herd in the city of East Lansing from every neighborhood I was in. I think I've mentioned that previously. And I don't think it's any different in terms of the responses we've gotten to the fact that this is on the agenda for this evening. And I want to mention the names of the people that, we just recently heard from, and that would include some people this evening, but people who clearly did not want us to proceed with a deer cull include Dana Watson, Michelle Balline, Mary Ann Stowe, who spoke this evening, John McElroy, Kayla Newbegin, Lynn Richardson, Beth Scanlon, Beth and Miguel Contreras, their letter was read tonight, Jeffrey Lazinski, Veronica Johnson, Rhea Lynn, Anna Fisher, and somebody who obviously probably has more influence than anybody else in the community over me, Pam Meadows. So the yes votes that I got emails from, we all got emails from, were Alice Martin, Colin Ford, Jeannie McGuire, Sue Stevens, George Bitsikas, Martha and John Cotrara, Brian Lajewski, John Cawley, Rebecca Blake, Barb Paff, Marilyn Boucher, John Zarnecki, Jacqueline Stewart, Dave Solberg, Jenny Sullivan, John Ravitt, Michael Polzin, Phyllis Anderslin, George Lafkas, Jim Phelps, Pat Sheets, Dwayne Clark, Irv Tarrin, Rafe Lassen, Ralph Monsma, and Eleanor Holbrook. Those are just some of the communications that we received. But I will say that in the 4 years since I looked at this originally, that list on the yes side has grown substantially. And I think we saw that in the community meetings that we had too, as opposed to 2015 to the most recent one. That is influential to me to say that we need to do something. And I think it's up to the city manager and his staff to develop the program that we would be implementing, and that's why I'm willing to go forward with this. This is not a vote for me based on, whether hostas are eaten. This is a vote for me because I think in terms of, and somebody mentioned this evening, that really it's a human problem in some respects. Overpopulation is an issue in many countries, probably not ours at this point in time. But overpopulation within the natural order is also an issue, and both lead to the destruction of the environment. And we're seeing some testimony with regard to that at this point in time within the city of East Lansing. There comes a point in time where there isn't enough food for the deer. And I think controlling the population at this point in time is an appropriate way for us to go forward. So that's why I'd be voting yes on this.
It was a long ordinance, can you reread the part of your proposed motion that covers the notification of the public of what our plan is?
Yeah, I said.
Actually, Councilmember Babcock asked, could you read the whole thing? We'll listen more carefully this time.
I would like it to.
Okay. It's to authorize the city manager to conduct a deer management program, which may include, but is not limited to, utilization of the United States Department of Agriculture's professional sharpshooters, and to engage others to ensure where feasible, donation of venison when determined to be safe for eating to local food pantries, and subject to appropriate notification to the East Lansing community of the management program to be utilized prior to commencement of the program.
Good. We're discussing. So I do understand what Aaron was saying when he said that he was a little concerned about the open-endedness of this, but in my rehearing of that, a call is really the most dramatic thing that we would be proposing. And so, in a sense, the open-endedness of what you just read really opens up less dramatic options as well as the call. There is no deer management strategy that is more
final.
More final, yes, exactly, thank you, than sharpshooters.
Right, and the thing that was proposed to us meant, the way I read it anyway, it said you always have to use sharpshooters. Mm-hmm. And I'm not, I felt like we need to have some flexibility in this program. I don't want somebody coming back to us, well, we don't want to use sharpshooters this year, so now you have to revisit the whole thing. I think we just provide some flexibility in the program so less lethal means may become more useful in the future. That they, maybe it isn't just a dart, maybe it doesn't destroy the meat, maybe there's a new way of doing this, and we decide in the future, or staff decides in the future, this is how we're going to do it from now on.
And I think there are cost concerns with it too. It's not just about like factors of gravity. Mm-hmm. It's also, you have city spending. Calling on the one end is obviously we heard from Kathy DeChambeau and from our city manager, 20 grand is a lesser amount than some other communities are doing, but there are more costly measures, and I know that there's no indication right now that any of those options are being considered, but I want to be cognizant of the fact that when you're leaving something open-ended, you're leaving it open-ended. So
we would still address it every year when we did our budget, though. I do hear what you're saying, but I don't think this is writing a blank check for any deer management strategy indefinitely.
The other thing I want to mention, Mayor, is also that I have to come back for any contract. If it was a contract with USDA that exceeds $20,000, even if it's budgeted, I would still come back for approval of a contract. If it was under $20,000 and the money was appropriated, I could just do that myself. Sure. So if it was over that amount, I would have to come back.
Okay. Thank you.
But it does point out that the issue that I have is not that I have an issue with the one-time call, but the open-endedness of it is appropriate because this is a perpetual problem. It's not going to go away, and it may not be every year, but it will be a repeated killing of a certain number of deer. If people aren't happy with the fact that there's still the same amount of deer, we'll kill more deer, I imagine. And then if they're still not happy, I don't know what. So I'm going to be voting no on this because I just think the biggest, I'm actually torn about this because I tried to vote for the best thing for the city. And generally, to figure out what's the best thing for the city, I ask people, what's the best thing for the city? And we are split, and I agree with Councilmember Meadows that I'm hearing more from people who want to kill the deer than I used to, although they've always been there. It's just, I think there are a few more. And I think this might be the first vote that my values are just going to override all of that, and that's just what you get when you elect somebody, when you elect me. And there are very few things that my values conflict with East Lansing, because that's why I live in East Lansing, because everything fits so well. But this is one of them, and I just can't be the mayor who agrees to kill the deer. So I'll be voting no. I also don't think that'll work. Councilmember Babcock.
I'll pass.
you don't want to speak. Okay. Anybody else?
I wanted to point out that, you know, one of the reasons why we were told that we shouldn't do an advisory ballot question is because we should act now. We should act now. And I'm 100% fine with having the council make this decision. I think we heard that from residents. It's fine by me, but I just, with the fact that we couldn't even do a call until December of this year with the USDA, I'm taking issue with the idea that we have to act on this right now without doing it. Maybe it's not an advisory ballot question, but you know, we have attended meetings we have some good representation there, good conversations, but are not cognizant of, I think, a lot of other members of the community. We've done surveys that have been non-scientific, which are good for information gathering, but of course, you know, they aren't representative of the population as a whole, or I would say even the population that has a major issue with this. So I just, you know, one of the reasons why I was open to the idea of a ballot question originally was because it would just be another way for us to gather public input on this. So,
Councilmember Babcock?
After all. So, and one of the reasons I opposed a ballot question were, first, as Professor Revitt said, essentially, you chickens take a vote. And I'd be more than happy to chicken out of this. But also, inaction is a form of action. Not doing anything is in its way a decision, but it's a decision without being quite as honest about what we're doing. I mean, I realize through the council, it's for all of us, it's a hard vote, but we've made a certain decision by not doing anything for many, many years. We haven't put a label on it, but we've decided to do nothing. I do take some consolation in the thought that it will be tested for food banks, that any animal culled will be tested for or considered feeding people. An advisory question, though, as I said a few weeks ago, I think would be in many ways unfair to the electorate because we wouldn't be at all obligated to follow it. And what would happen then is we'd ask people to cast a vote, we'd ask them to participate, and then when a clear majority of votes came up, sooner or later we'd take a vote and there'd be at least a 50% chance that we'd override the public sentiment. So for that reason, I don't think an advisory ballot is the right thing.
So I would take issue that we didn't state what we were doing when we decided to do nothing. I think we were very clear with the last council. We decided not to shoot deer. Okay.
I'm clarifying that I'm understanding you appropriately, Erin, is that you are reluctant to act on this motion that we have on the table tonight because it's so far from when that might happen.
No, my only comment was really that I'm very cognizant of the fact that, you know, if we're going to do something about this issue, we can do it. And by the way, we are elected to make decisions. We should make decisions. But one of the reasons why we were told we shouldn't try to do anything more, and whether it's an advisory question or not, whether it's something we put on the ballot to actually vote on, or it's just, you know, a really extensive commissioned scientific survey to get some public info on, some more public info on it. One of the reasons was that, well, you know, we're going to have to endure another summer of the deer if you wait, and I'm cognizant of that. I understand that concern, and I'm really sympathetic to it. But that's the reason why it was taken off. That was the reason given for why it was taken off, or one of the reasons at least, taken off the agenda, or voted down from that agenda. And if we can't make that promise to save them before the summer, then I think that argument is null and void. And that was my only point.
Yeah, I think we took it off the agenda to see if it was feasible, and the answer came back that it was not feasible, but I don't think that that means that this is not a time to act on it. I think
that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I think, saying, if we were to vote yes on this, saying we see that the deer herd has reached an unhealthy size and needs to be managed, and then having a certain amount of lead-up time before that can be implemented for community feedback, for additional scientific study.
Sure.
But knowing that that is the ultimate destination, I actually see benefit in that.
That's fair, actually, and that's a very good point. I mean, that can always be done, so.
Okay, but today we're talking about this proposal that the mayor, or that Councilmember Meadows has read. The former mayor, no, the president is still the president, right? Even after they aren't reelected. We've got President Clinton, we got President Obama, we've got Mayor Meadows.
The whole council full of mayors, you gotta own it.
Anyway, any more discussion? All right, and you call for a roll call? Is that what you wanted to do?
If we wanted to do, if it was unanimous here, I think we should. Sometimes people speak into the mic on hushed tones. This is an important issue. If anybody has any objection, we can object, but I'd call for a roll call vote.
Okay, so could you please call the roll?
Councilmember Babcock?
Yes.
Councilmember Gregg?
Yes.
Councilmember Meadows?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Stevens?
No.
Mayor Byer?
No. With 3 votes in favor, is it an ordinance then?
This is
authorization.
Authorization is
It's a
approved.
resolution.
Is approved. Resolution is approved. Okay, now we go to 4.5,
It's a justice issue. It's disgusting.
which is
Human
approved.
supremacy, speciesism. Where's your empathy?
I wasn't big enough to stop that. 4.5, approval of a conditional Class 3 rental license. This was your issue, Mr. Meadows?
Yeah, if I can just sort of say why I took it off the agenda. In taking a look at this, or take it off the consent agenda, the bylaws of this condo association require a 2-year lease. And the way that the documents have been set up here, they don't necessarily require a 2-year lease, and actually they include a document to be signed that allows them out of their 2-year lease with certain issues. And one of the reasons that we required that condo associations who are going to, or someone who owns a condo is going to rent it, has to go through their condo association, get approval, and then it's submitted to the Housing Commission for review, is so that we can ensure that it meets their bylaws and their requirements within there. It doesn't look to me like these documents actually meet the bylaws. And the approval was signed by Doug Crone, who's a wonderful guy. But I keep wondering, why is he on the condo board in this residential condominium association, which they've sold all the units in? Doug Cronin was one of the developers of that condo unit. So I'm going to be making a motion to defer it for 2 weeks so I can ask these questions and get answers. And I may end up not having any problem with it. But right now, I've got some questions with regard to it that I feel I need. So I'd like to move to defer this to the 25th.
Yes,
Is that the right date?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? This has been deferred. All right, 5.2, consideration of an application to modify the approved site plan and special use permit for 1234 East Grand River to make minor changes to the floor plan and site plan for medical marijuana provisioning center. And our staff person is Mr. Haywood. Oh, there you are.
Good evening. So this is a proposal from Compassionate Advisors to modify their originally approved site plan and special use permit for the provisioning center at 1234 East Grand River. Originally in April of 2019, they were approved for this use, and it restricted the use to the first 2 floors due to a quirky non-conforming requirement of the East Village zoning district. So since that time, they are proposing to reconfigure their floor plan and make some minor adjustments to their site plan to address some of the concerns that were brought up during the original approval. So first, they're proposing to change the floor plan. So instead of using the first 2 floors, they're proposing to use all 3 floors, but still maintain that required 4,500 square feet requirement. One of the site provisions or site changes that they're making, there was an access issue, a barrier-free and ADA access issue regarding slope to the main entrance at the rear of the building. In order to achieve the required slope, they had to move the sidewalk further away from the building, which required the sidewalk then to go around the other side of the building. Also, it bumped a parking space to kind of the side there where the trash enclosure used to be. So those are some of the minor changes. In doing so, they did create kind of a pinch point on access right there. I think you want the next one. Yep, I can take that. This one here. So at this point where the driveway access turns into the parking area, it creates a little bit of a pinch point that's narrower than our required width of 18 feet. I think they're proposing just under 13 feet. I didn't actually see that until today. I did talk to the architect. They do have enough room there to widen that so they can take out that corner a little bit and widen that area. So I would recommend as a condition, if you were to take action on it tonight, that they revise the site plan to the required 18 feet width for the driveway.
Is that in a condition that?
It is not. You would have to add that tonight.
Would you say that again, please?
So my suggested language that the site plan should be revised to provide the required driveway at a minimum width of 18 feet. The other option is to reduce the floor area of the use to require no more than 14 parking spaces. So if they couldn't get that, which they are telling me they can, they would have to reduce the use so that it wouldn't require more than 14 parking spaces, because that parking spaces there wouldn't be able to, they wouldn't have the width. So just in case they can't get it, we want to have an option for them. Let's see, make sure I covered. Oh, so just so you're aware, the prior conditions of approval, there were 3 that really no longer apply. Number 9, the East Village or the East Lansing design criteria really don't apply to the site. Number 26, the requirement for a survey, they've now provided that. And number 29, the building's appearance, they have now provided elevations with more detail about what the final product will look like. And then with that, I would take any questions.
So we don't need those removed, though. They could stay in.
They're already removed. Staff's already
Oh, I see.
proposed those as the proposed list of conditions.
Mayor Pro Tem?
When is this happening?
They're chomping at the bit to get started. In fact, these changes were leading up to the final site plan approval. And in doing so, we noticed that they were moving toward changes, and really a lot of these changes are in preparation for them applying for adult use, special use permit, which they have applied for. So as soon as they can get this approval, get started, get their license and inspection from the state, then they can move toward the adult use.
Okay, and are they going to be going with recreational and medicinal?
Correct. They would co-share the space.
Okay, understood. And sorry, one more time on timeline. The chomping at the bit, but I think when did we originally approve?
So we really are only talking about this site plan right now,
Oh, okay.
if you don't mind, considering it's 11.
That's fine.
Any more questions for Mr. Haywood? Okay, I move approval of the site plan with an additional condition 27, that the site plan be revised to provide the required driveway of a minimum of 14, width of 14 feet, or that they reduce the use to require less than 14 parking spaces. Does that sound right? 18 feet, sorry, a minimum width of 18 feet. I knew there was a 14 and 18.
Second.
I'd like to speak to my motion. When we first approved this, I think everybody on council was disappointed that they weren't using all 3 stories, because we couldn't figure out how the 3rd story was going to not look like a closed story. So I'm happy that they're using the entire building. Makes a lot more sense to me. And I think this will help them move along and get going. They couldn't do it without this. So any other questions? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I say aye as well. So the motion passes. And the site plan is approved. And now we're moving on to, I lost my agenda, shoot. 5.3, the consideration of the Oakwood Historic District Boundary Study and Ordinance 1446, or 1446A, or 1446B, or 1446C. I'm sorry, I'm just really tired. I didn't mean to be bitchy about it. All right. What do you have? 14, all of them we have.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. So we are back today for potential action. You may recall we've been meeting on this several times, and most recently we're asked to go to the Historic District Commission for their recommendation. I believe that was in early January. And they proposed a new ordinance, a 4th version, 1446C, which we have drafted per the council's request. So just in the spirit of brevity, I'll just run through kind of tonight the 4 options that you have: 1446, 1446A, 1446B, and 1446C, and then we can handle some of the questions that you may have. So this is the existing district. This is the 1446 ordinance, which adds the areas up to the top, the green, the blue, and the yellow, and removes the purple down to the south. This is 1446A, which was originally looked at by the council in May of 2019. And this removes the evergreen properties, Valley Court, and additional property on Oak Hill. 1446B removes some additional properties to the south of Oak Hill as well. And 1446C, which was recommended by the HDC at their meeting in January, removes essentially just the evergreen properties, which the DDA Evergreen Properties, 404 Evergreen, and the surface lot 15. So tonight your options for action would be to approve any of the ordinances 1446 A or B, or we've drafted 1446C with a list of properties via address and parcel number. And if you wish to approve that, we would just ask that you further direct staff to update the legal description based on those parcels, which you may also modify. I would recommend that if you'd like to add any parcels, we're going to need some additional time to study those. It is at the council's discretion if you wish to remove additional properties, and you can do that based on address, essentially.
Councilmember Meadows?
I just want to confirm that the Hagen property was in the Historic District Commission's recommendation as well?
No, it's the brown ones.
Yes.
Which included the Hagen
Yes.
apartment building
Yeah,
and the
yeah,
city parking lot.
yeah, okay,
That was
gotcha.
from HTC.
The Hagen one, on the south. Oh,
South of the city.
I thought you meant on the north.
Just to verify here, that would be 404 Evergreen, so let's make sure it's on the list.
Right. And can we see B again, please? And A. Do you see what those are, Lisa? It's the brown ones.
Yeah, thank you.
I was looking for the
I was
red
looking
lines.
for the lines.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, thank you.
You want to see B again?
No, thanks. Kind of like being at the optometrist.
Isn't one of these memorized by now? Come on.
Yeah, I just couldn't remember which was B or C or A.
So it is not on the list, which would indicate that it is not in the district for 1446C. So it wouldn't be recommended for the final district.
That's what it shows, though.
That's A.
If you go to C,
Oh.
You gotta see it.
it's in, right? It has to be if we have the city parking lot, because it's south of the city parking lot.
Right, so it would be removed from the district, which is the beige
Oh, I
area
see.
here.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I was confused too.
You have a motion?
I have a motion, unless people have questions, so.
Go ahead.
I'll move approval of ordinance 1446C, and advise staff to, sorry, if you could go back to that motion, I want to make sure I get it right. Yeah, to adjust the district boundaries of the Oakville Historic District and direct staff to update the legal description accordingly for inclusion and publication of the final ordinance to include all parcels listed in the ordinance and all abutting right-of-way. There.
That's what you would need if we were going to do C?
Yes.
That is my motion. I will wait for a second if there is one.
I'll second that.
It's moved and seconded. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Sure. So I've gone back and forth on this about 100 different times. I have some concerns over process-wise. I have some concerns about the fact that I think we've dragged this out for a really long time, and residents have come to us numerous different times, and now on 4 different items. I was originally open to the idea of removing properties on the south side of Oak Hill. I think we really heard a lot of pushback from the residents that are there. I want to look into the idea of exploring a grant program for especially housing that provides low to moderate income or the rate thereof. I think that's important. I think the co-op provides a really great service in that. But this is what the HDC recommended. I do not obviously want to add any properties into the historic district. I think we heard that loud and clear when that was even being considered, and then further down in the process. This is where I've landed at this point, and if we want to explore the idea of properties on the south side of Oak Hill in the future, I think we need to go through the HDC's process for doing so. So that's my reasoning for moving this right now. And truthfully, part of the reason why I want to do this is because I just want to give an answer to that neighborhood. I don't want to be pushing this along down the line anymore. So.
Representative Babcock? Sorry, Councilmember Babcock, I'm tired.
That's okay. I've been called a lot worse, believe me. I don't think we should do anything. I've really struggled with this. I've talked with people in the historic district, their historic commission. Excuse me. I think we're all getting tired. I really respect the work they've done. I know that we ask incredibly talented people to devote a lot of time and expertise, and when they do, they go all in on helping the city, and too often they feel that at the end of it they just get kind of dismissed without action. And I really struggled with that, but I'm not sure what fair is. Fair is sort of like angels dancing on the head of a pin. I mean, we can count and we can guess, but we know what process is, and process is as close as we can come to fairness in an imperfect world. Process gives everyone the right to be part of it. They know whether their properties are included or not. They know when the meetings are being held and what happens next. And I think there's been a very good argument made that this has colossally failed on the process front. And so, with my sincere regrets to the Historic District Commission and the people who put in work on this process, I have to vote no because it just hasn't been done right. So.
Any other comments? Okay, all those in favor?
Well, I will comment.
Oh, I'm sorry. I asked.
I agree with Councilmember Babcock. I want to go through some of these items, though, because I want to make it clear why I think that we've had a failure in process here. And part of it is the question that I asked earlier this evening when Ms. Drager was at the microphone. I think that one of the issues that was raised was the lack of 5 members being on the committee for the entire length of time. I really don't think that is fatal to this. 3 members were on there. In other words, a majority of 5 who ended up voting on some of the items that were presented to us. So I don't think that's a fatal issue with regard to this. It's true that, as Ms. Drager pointed out, that the 60 calendar day thing is not no more than 60 calendars, it's no less than 60 calendar days. So that could have been extended by the city on its own by just taking longer than 60 days to pitch things out. There was a point made that the SHAPO staff, had not received the information within that 60-day period, but I think actually if you look at the documents, the comments by staff were dated January 2nd, so they clearly were provided the information at some point during December. Probably because of the holidays, they didn't get around to it till then. It wasn't when they responded, it was when they actually received this. But to me, the fatal item is the reference to Dan Bowman and the fact that we didn't have a final report that was actually voted on. So for me, that is a fatal thing. And that essentially what we had presented to us at some point in time was designated as final, but never really was finalized by the 3 members of the committee. To me, that is proof of a sort of a flawed process, something that we can do better in the future. The report itself, to me, didn't necessarily pay attention to all of the dates and times that were essential in this. So when it talked about the process, it was deficient in identifying the process appropriately. The fact that we can't find any minutes or any public notices is disturbing to me, to say the very least. I think there are ways to discover those things, but for me, that means that I can't vote for this at this point in time. I will tell you that I would be more interested in having a further discussion, as I indicated. I might add that something that was put in said that one member, Mark Meadows, proposed an even more aggressive cut into existing boundaries. I think I was actually responding to your comments about the other, and we both said we were willing to look at it. I am willing to look at it, but I can't vote for this at this point in time because I don't think we have a valid report that we can rely on. So I'm voting no.
Councilmember Stevens.
Works.
You are a councilmember.
Yeah, I am. I'll just say, I made this motion thinking that we're going to be sitting here making a decision on this, and one of these are going to be proposed, and this is the one that the HDC recommended to us. And so if we're all on the same page with concerns about process and we want to go forward with a process that we don't think has things that we can learn from, I'm fine with that. My assumption was that that something was going to be voted on tonight, and I honestly would have rather had it something that the HDC recommended. But I am 100% willing to take back
Withdraw your motion?
Withdraw my motion if that's the will of the council.
And I'm the second, so that's fine with me. Okay, so now we have this.
Councilmember Groves is the second.
Oh, you were the second.
Oh.
Is it fine with you?
Oh, crap, now I have to decide. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so that motion is withdrawn. So now we have this item on the business agenda. I do want to say that while the HDC has recommended that we remove these properties, and the HDC has also indicated that it would allow us to develop these properties even if they were in the historic district, it's not a slam dunk that will happen, and we do owe a lot of money on those properties.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't be ridiculous to approve the HDC's proposal, even if the process wasn't what we wanted.
Can
we ask the
city
attorney?
Yeah, I have a question for the city attorney. The notice to proceed that was referenced in some communication, what are there's the rules that are governing the application of that. Could you summarize or read what those are?
Certainly, to demolish a resource in the historic district, you have to get a notice to proceed. There's limited availability for the historic district to do that. There's standards that they have to, the Historic District Commission, there's standards that they have to follow in order to have a resource demolished. The only one really applicable to this situation is paragraph 2, where it says the resource is a deterrent to a major improvement program that will be of substantial benefit to the community, and the applicant proposing the work has obtained all necessary planning and zoning approvals, financing, and environmental clearances. So that's the standard that the Historic District Commission would have to find in order to issue a notice to proceed on this building, or on these buildings. So my recommendation has always been, if council wants to proceed with the development on these buildings, they should take it out of the historic district, because this is an impediment to the sale of the property, and it's an impediment to the development. This is, at this stage, this is a pure legislative decision of council. It's not to be reviewed by the state. The state doesn't have any supervisory control over this process. There's a statutory process which was followed sufficiently, in my estimation, to be able to justify any decision and defend any decision that council makes on this. I think lawfully, council has the authority to make pass any one of these motions at this point.
So I just proposing a hypothetical situation. I think, we've all sort of demonstrated that we have some concerns over the lack of strict adherence to the process. But I also, speaking to Mayor Byers' point, would like to give some level of assurance to the people that we have. I mean, we have an active RFP out on these properties. So we are soliciting offers to purchase them, and I would like to extend some sort of reassurance to those people that are in good faith preparing these proposals. As the owners of those properties, could we petition the historic district for permission to demolish them?
Well, you would.
The DDA is.
Oh, the DDA is. That's right. Darn it. We just have the debt. The DDA has the property. Forgot.
We don't have the debt.
The DDA has the debt technically, but we're backing that debt with our full faith and credit. So, like I said, at this stage, if council wants to make the determination whether the project that's proposed there is a substantial benefit to the community, and that's, if council wants to make that decision, I think council should take these out of the historic district. If council wants to defer that decision to the Historic District Commission, then you can leave it in there and let the Historic District Commission make that decision. Like I said, I'm comfortable after having reviewed this process. No process is perfect, as it turns out. No trial is perfect. Courts understand that. They understand that mistakes are made, or there's irregularities all the time. What they look to is whether there's been substantial compliance. I think there has been by the, there's with regard to the OMA concerns, the court only invalidates a decision that was made contrary to the OMA if the court finds that there's been that the non-compliance or failure has impaired the rights of the public under the Act. Given that the committee did have a public hearing on this process, properly noticed under the OMA, given all of this public process that this has gone through since, how many open meetings we've had regarding this matter, I'm quite comfortable I can defend any decision that this council might make.
So before you go, Mayor Pro Tem, so we have a chicken and egg problem that you mentioned once, but I don't think you did when you answered Councilmember Gregg's question. We can't say to a developer that if you go forward, we can promise you that you can go forward, because the HDC is not even allowed to approve it until they already have approved site plan and own the property. So nobody's going to buy the property if they might not be able to develop, which is why I am going to repropose the Mayor Pro Tem's solution, which is 1446C, and I would like a second. Unless you think it has no.
Second.
All right. So I really don't think we can leave this hanging out there. It's too much debt. And we can't go forward if the flaws that you are saying are so terrible, we can never fix it. We would have to start all over again with a whole new boundary commission. And by that time, the principal on the debt would be eating into our general fund. And I am confident that our city attorney, if he tells us that this is within the bounds of normal messing up, that we should believe him and go ahead and adopt 1446C.
So here's my question. So speaking from a place of ignorance, so if no motion's ever made on this in regards to this study, we still want to remove these properties, what does that process look like?
What does what process?
So if we were to ask the historic district, completely separate from the Oakwood historic, or the boundary study that's been conducted, the process that people have issues with, completely separately, if we were to ask them, can we have these properties removed, what would that process look like?
They don't have the authority to remove the properties from the district. Only the legislative body does. So,
but what does that process look like to get to that point?
They can issue a notice to proceed, which allows a resource in the district to be demolished, but they can't remove it from the district. So to get a notice to proceed, as this statute, as the ordinance says, they have to already have all necessary planning and zoning approvals, financing, and environmental clearances. So they have to have gone through the process basically already, and then at the conclusion of the council process, it gets passed over to the Historic District Committee to see if they think that the program is a substantial benefit to the community. The other problem with passing it off is now that is an administrative decision, so now it is reviewable by the state. So now you're not just making that Historic District Commission responsible for the decision, you're also giving supervisory control over that decision to the state, because now it's an administrative decision. So my recommendation to council has always been to, if you want to develop those properties, legislatively determine that you can move the boundary lines. You don't have to follow any recommendations of anyone regarding that. That's just a pure legislative decision, and they're very difficult to challenge in court. So I'm confident we can sustain.
I'm sorry.
I just wanted to clarify a couple points. I was not on point at these particular times back when this process was underway. We have staff that is no longer here. We have staff that was not able to come tonight, but they do report that the public hearing was duly noticed on November 28th, and after that meeting, staff reached out to the members on the committee, and they indicated that they had no additional changes to be made, and therefore they desired not to have an additional meeting. The staff then started to draft the ordinance 1446 along with the report, which had some very minor tweaks to it that were not really substantive, and that ultimately is what made its way to council in February of 2019. And at that point, there was a lot of discussion and question as to whether it was the final report, and staff reported to the director at the time that they did reach out to each of the members of the committee that were remaining and confirmed with each of them that the report was indeed the final report. And it's at that point that that the preliminary report was changed as far as the subtext, and that was really the gist of the changes that were made at that point.
So basically, they took the preliminary report, took preliminary off and put final on?
Essentially, there was a couple tweaks to, I think, a description of how West Village condominium design fit the historic district. And it also added a one-pager plus to add some more context. But essentially, their recommendation was the same, and the ordinance that was drafted was their recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
That was never done in a public meeting, though, right?
I do not believe another meeting occurred after the public hearing, no.
Councilmember Meadows.
So did the OMA apply to this or not?
Well, that's an interesting question, because the Section 3 of the Act mentions the OMA. Section 3 is the part of the procedurals for establishing historic districts, and it says in paragraph 2 that not less than 60 calendar days after the transmittal, the committee shall hold a public hearing in compliance with the Open Meetings Act. So by mentioning in that one section, that can lead a reader to believe that the other things that it tells the committee has to do are don't have to be in compliance with the Open Meetings Act. What determines it is whether they are in fact a governmental body. There's arguments to be made that they were, because they're charged with compliance with this particular act. The ultimate concern, though, is I talked with staff, and they said all notices of hearings were published. So, and they're willing to sign affidavits to that effect. So it was publicly noticed. The failing was in the keeping of the minutes. So I can get affidavits from staff to say that they always published the notice of the hearings, but they didn't keep minutes in accordance with the OMA. So there was an OMA violation, but when you look to why courts invalidate decisions for failure to comply with the OMA, it's just because of the public hearing process. It has nothing to do with the minutes. You don't invalidate a decision or a process because the minutes weren't properly kept. So even though that if they were determined to be a governmental body, or if that determination was made, there's still a long way to go before they can invalidate the actual decisions and determinations that were made. Ultimately, this process, this is where the actual decisions are made, because the committee only does what the committee does. Its recommendations are not binding in any fashion on council, and because of that, this is where the OMA comes into play the most, and it is a determinative of whether there's been any lack of public process. So again, I'm comfortable knowing all of the irregularities that occurred in here. I think it's clearly lawful for council to pass any one of these ordinances, and I'm very comfortable defending whatever council does.
All right, let me get back to my question, which was, I know whether the OMA applied, but really was leading to the activity of finalizing the report. Was that required to be done in an open meeting? Because clearly it was not, and there was no notice of the decision or the time of making that decision made to the general public.
And again, if they were a public body, that would have been something that would have had to have been done in an open meeting. The statute doesn't talk about that finalized meeting being in compliance with the Open Meetings Act, like paragraph 2 does. That you have the act in front of you there, that Councilmember Meadows. if you look at paragraph 2, that's the only paragraph where it talks about the committee has to comply with the OMA, and then you get into paragraph 3, and it talks after the date the committee, legislative body shall not more than 1 year. So my understanding is paragraph 2 was fully complied with. That's where it's specified that the committee has to comply with the OMA. The next question is whether the OMA was a public body at all. And again, a lot of times you read it, if the legislature says, okay, you have to follow it under these circumstances, that can be interpreted to mean you don't have to follow it the other times. So that's just legislative, analysis of.
Well, another question regarding that 3A then. The committee shall prepare and submit a final report with its recommendations, if any. And if the recommendation is to establish a historic district or districts, the final report shall include a draft of a proposed ordinance or ordinances. This wasn't a report that proposed to do that. We already had a historic district. That would not have required that the ordinance be prepared and accompany the final report then. Is that correct?
Yes, I think that's the correct reading. And there's a real question whether paragraph 3 even applies to this process, because the actual provisions for changing boundary lines are in section 14 of the Act, and it just refers to the fact that it says a local unit may at any time establish by ordinance additional historic districts, may modify boundaries of existing historic districts. So it says you may do that at any time. And then it says, but first you have to establish a committee that complies with section 3. Well, most of the committee obligations in section 3 are in paragraphs 1 and 2. The other ones are combined committee and legislative body functions, which I'm reading this to say this is a legislative decision that you can make at any time. The 1-year rule doesn't apply, the paragraphs 3 don't apply. I think there's been clearly enough public process where the OMA wasn't violated to the extent that public rights have been impaired. So like I said, I'm very comfortable in defending any decision this body makes.
Okay, anybody else?
Yeah.
Councilmember Babcock.
The fact that we have to do this much twisting in the wind is troubling. And frankly, I don't expect infallibility. I mean, we all make mistakes, and processes can be flawed, and we can recover. But this process wasn't flawed once. It was flawed time after time after time. And no minutes. I mean, as Councilmember Meadows said, this was a consistently flawed process, no final report. Beyond that, even if technically we can defend it, why would we do something to a segment of our community where our best defense is technically we can defend it? These are people who've put years into their homes, decades into their homes, and we're saying, well, on a technicality, we can do this because, that'll help us manage some debt. And yeah, the debt is really troubling, but the debt really isn't the big process, the big question here. The question is, how do we treat people, and how do we go forward, and how do we conduct business for the city of East Lansing? And yeah, I'm troubled by the debt, but we have to find a better way of dealing with it than just saying, well, I suppose technically we could do this, we could do that, we could do that, it'll be okay, we all make mistakes. Yeah, but this is a series of serious mistakes where people have their homes tied up in it. People have their futures tied up in it. And for that reason, I think we need to start over. I can't support going forward with this process.
So a couple things. First, just because you read something was flawed over and over and over again doesn't mean it is. And if you choose to believe one source instead of our city attorney, then that's your choice. I think, I mean, I looked at all of the supposed flaws. I don't see the fact that we couldn't have 5 people on the committee, but we had 3, so we had a quorum as a flaw. I think that's part of the problem in a small city when you're trying to do a boundary study. I think we did have a final report. The fact that the final report wasn't provided in a public meeting doesn't appear to be a problem at all. I don't think it's a technicality. But more than all of that, this proposal takes out the 4 properties in the southeast corner of the historic district, and living in that neighborhood that you're speaking of, we've been talking about this for 8 years, and nobody has been concerned that those properties being in the historic district are helpful to my neighborhood. They're more concerned about the Oakwood, they're more concerned about the park, or Oak Hill, sorry, and the park, and anything else going up farther than that. I mean, it's been a foregone conclusion that these properties are going to develop. At least that's my understanding of the way my area feels. So I think your response might be more appropriate for 1466B and the one that takes out the northern properties, but these properties you can't see from our neighborhood.
Well, that's my response to the entire process
Oh,
that's
okay.
gotten us this far. It's not particularly this motion. It's
You were
it's
talking
all
about
of the
neighbors.
proposals on the table.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood. I thought you were talking about the neighbors. I thought you meant the neighbors to that area. Sorry, Mr. Meadows.
Yeah, I want to add one more thing that I didn't address in my original comments, which is I do not agree that the 1-year limitation or the 1-year limitation that is stated in the statute prevents this from going forward. That's not an item that I think is appropriate, as Mr. Yaden said in his response. For one thing, it doesn't say, the legislature, we would hope anyway, would say that no longer than 1 year, may expire, which is not what they said. They said within 1 year. And the rule of reason generally applies to that. This was 19 days later that we took action to extend the time. So it was not a lengthy period of time. The rule of reason would say, hey, you can't wait a year to do it, or you can't wait 6 months. But 19 days is not going to be a reason to say that, we exceeded a time frame. So.
I hear what Lisa was saying about respect for the work that had gone into it. I don't think that work is more respected by starting over the process again. I think whether the process was followed correctly, and obviously it was not, and I would like to see, steps taken to ensure that does not happen again. I don't know if that is just checklists for people running meetings, or I don't know how we can make, this happen again. But the process of the historic district study is a different process from the very extended process, I guess, for lack of a better word, that has surrounded those evergreen properties, which has another deeply flawed, series of events that has ended up with East Lansing, $5 million in debt on these properties. And so in terms of a legislative decision, to me, the right decision is to take the steps forward to remove those properties from the debt of the city, which is held by all of us, regardless of who owns them. And I think, starting the process over again and ticking all the boxes in the proper order, I don't see it bringing us to a different spot. Whether or not we, just replay the events of that commission and make sure that we tick all the boxes, I think we still end up here, and we still end up with the decision of whether or not to remove those properties that have been hanging over the city for almost a decade, which is, I think, the right decision to do. And I'm not particularly delighted about it, because I'd much rather do it as part of a process that was followed correctly, and people's time was respected and expertise was respected. But in terms of respecting the voters of East Lansing and managing their resources correctly, I think the right decision to do is to remove the recommended properties from the historic district, and the only version of these ordinances that I'm at all comfortable voting for is the one that was recommended by the Historic District Commission. I read the minutes of their meeting where they discussed this. I feel like I got the flavor of that discussion. It seemed like they were generally satisfied that this was the right place to end, and so I'm gonna follow my heart, I guess, that this is the way to solve this decade-long problem that we've been facing.
Councilmember Meadows.
I have a question for you. Can the recommendation of the Historic District Commission be considered separate from the study report that was provided to us?
I'm not sure the context you're asking that.
I'm asking if it's a standalone, if a historic district recommends to us that we remove from this, do they have the authority to recommend that to us?
No, it still has to go through the process of the study committee under the statute. So that process has to be followed in order to make a boundary change. There's no independent process where it could just be made because of a recommendation from the Historic District Commission.
Okay.
Any more questions? Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Aye or no.
So a majority approves. And the ordinance 1446C is approved. And we are adjourned.